of the country's debt, hence the country's bonds.
So an outlook is really a warning. Does Japan now sit up and take notice of a warning like this from both S&P and Moody's?
Well, it's not something that hasn't happened before, and in the past they've chose not to take the advice of the ratings agencies. Perhaps in this case it's a bit, the timing is a little more crucial than or interesting than normal, because of course we have the US Treasury Secretary O'Neill currently in Japan. He'll be meeting with key officials tomorrow. So the ratings agencies' warnings over the last week or so certainly will reinforce the message that I'm sure he'll be giving to the Japanese government to get on with it.
And in your view, is the stance that S&P and Moody's is taking fair?
I think their criticism is certainly valid, and it's criticism that the financial markets would certainly agree with. Investors have been very worried about the lack of urgency, the lack of enthusiasm for reform from the new Prime Minister Koizumi, who came in March, in April. So yes, I think certainly.
Joanne, thanks so much for joining us. Joanne Collins, Senior Economist at Daiwa SMBC Europe. A look now at some of the other stories making news today. Nokia, the world's largest mobile phone maker, has issued a profit warning. The Finnish group expects third-quarter sales to fall short of its initial target due to the continued slide in world demand. Nokia is now forecasting that sales will be 5% lower between July and September compared with the same period last year. The French economy continues to run out of steam. Growth fell to 0.3% in the second quarter of the year. The global slowdown in demand for French export products was partly offset by robust household spending, but consumer confidence has been sapped by high-profile job losses and the first rise in the unemployment rate for 3 years. Deutsche Telekom continues to eat away at its debt mountain. It sold off the rump of its cable TV operations to US-based Callahan Associates for about $1 billion. Last week, Deutsche sold 6 cable TV firms to Callahan's rival, Liberty Media, for $5 billion. The German telecoms giant aims to reduce its debt pile by some $60 billion to $45 billion by the end of next year. The world's largest gas company is also tightening its belt. Gazprom is selling off at least $1.6 billion of subsidiary assets in order to cut costs and shore up investor confidence. The Russian company has been criticized for splashing out on diverse enterprises such as media instead of concentrating on its core gas business. Car makers from around the world are gathering in Frankfurt on Tuesday. Ford hopes to double its share of the small car market with its new Fiesta model. It's got big ambitions for the little car, now trusted with the task of returning its European operations to profitability. The US group has nearly completed a round of cost slashing and restructuring, but it's depending on its revamped models to tempt back lost consumers. David Thursfield is CEO of Ford Europe, and he joins us live from Frankfurt. So is it the little Fiesta that's going to get you back to profitability?
No, it certainly will contribute to restructuring and return to profitability, but not the sole reason. There are many factors in terms of returning to profitability for Ford of Europe. This is just but one of them.
But you are pinning high hopes on the Fiesta.
Of course, not just the 5-door that we presented here today, but also the concept car, the codename B226, which was the fusion car. Cars that we're spinning off this platform into niche and exciting, innovative products will contribute more significantly, certainly significantly, to our profitability.
It's a very competitive sector of the market. What's going to make people come back to Ford and buy Fiesta?
Well, you know, we've completed the turnover of our product range the last 3 years. Started with Focus, which was car of the year and still is a great selling car, the largest selling car in the world, and even 3 years into launch we're still selling more Focus than we've ever done. Transit, the van of the year, Mondeo, 70 awards around Europe. Why wouldn't we be confident in having a great Fiesta launch? We've driven it back to back with the competition. It really is a tremendous car and very, very competitive on package style, efficiency, new engine derivatives, We think we've got a winning package here, just like the other three winners.
But in what way does it stand out from the competition?
Well, certainly in style and interior package, which is almost demanded of our customers in the big car segment.
Thanks so much.
Driving dynamics, of course, is a given.
David, thanks very much for joining us there. David is CEO of Ford Europe. Punch-drunk investors may have been pulling their money out of the stock market, but there's still one asset they're happy to buy, a fast car. Car dealers have reported rising cash sales, and on Tuesday, Porsche, the German maker of luxury sports cars, announced record sales and an 18% rise in profits.
Whatever the future might hold for the world economy, Porsche, it seems, is on a roll. It reported an 18% rise in pre-tax profits to nearly $500 million for the last 6 months. Underlying the increase was a continued rise in the number of cars sold, up 12% to 55,000 vehicles. The sales increase is being helped by the appeal of its Boxster model. Made in Finland, it's aimed at the customer deterred by the high price of the more traditional Porsche cars. Today's figures reflect sales up to the summer, so they don't take into account the effects of the latest bout of turbulence caused by the global slump in share prices. But Porsche is still optimistic about next year, so however much the stock markets slide, Porsche plans to keep motoring ahead. Martin Shankelman, BBC News.
Now let's have a look at some of the market numbers. This is how the Asian markets ended their day. You can see that the Nikkei was up 0.9%, so almost a percent improvement there. The Hang Seng up 51 points, Singapore up as well, with only Seoul down. The European markets started in positive territory today, and as you can see, they are all still in positive territory, and quite nicely so. Having a quick look at the currencies now, we can see that the euro is up ever so slightly against the dollar, and the pound is up against the dollar as well. Now, if you have any questions or comments, you can contact us by email at biznews@bbc.co.uk. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll have more news throughout the afternoon.
Market Wars, sponsored by Credit Suisse Group. Market Wars, sponsored by Credit Suisse Group.
stories of power.
It's here that the oil companies will drill.
Conflict.
Rwanda is still struggling to come to terms with what happened.
And intrigue.
You don't have a defined idea of who the enemy is.
From the world's best storytellers.
From poker to Picasso.
Reporters at these times on BBC World.
Breaking the news.
Those people tried to murder babies this morning.
Two big rows have overshadowed the conference.
This is a disaster waiting to happen.
Breaking the news. Now on BBC World, Sport Today with Rob Bonnet.
Hello, I'm Rob Bonnet and this is Sport Today on BBC World. Coming up on this programme, the Champions League is back. Roma start at home to last season's runners-up Real Madrid at the Olympic Stadium. Liverpool make their first appearance in Europe's Premier competition for 16 years. Can they improve on their current poor form in the English Premiership? And Daniel Vacek finds the winning touch, surprising Nicolas Kiefer at the President's Cup in Tashkent. Oh, we'll start with football, and Glasgow Rangers will have to play the away leg of their first-round UEFA Cup tie in Dagestan. That's the decision of the European Games governing body UEFA, which has ordered that Thursday's match with FC Anchi Makhachkala must go ahead as planned, despite severe political unrest in the region. Dagestan capital, close to Chechnya, has been hit by several car bombs in the last few days. The immediate reaction from Ibrox has been to issue a statement in which the club vigorously contests UEFA's decision. It adds that the club is disappointed that UEFA has not accepted the seriousness of the advice which the club has received against travelling to Dagestan. That includes warnings from the British government against going there. The statement also says that the club is now appealing against this latest UEFA decision. Well, after 2 months of qualifying, the group stage of this season's Champions League gets underway later today. In Group A, Lokomotiv Moscow start at home to Anderlecht, but the big match of this opening day is undoubtedly the fixture between Roma and Real Madrid, the Italian and Spanish champions respectively. Roma are the home team today. Real, remember, won the competition 2 seasons ago and were runners-up to Bayern Munich last season, but both clubs are attempting to find the form in Europe which has eluded them in their domestic leagues, where they've both failed to register wins so far this season. Zinedine Zidane won't be turning out for Real Madrid. The world record signing has a 4-match suspension carried over from his old club Juventus. Real coach Vicente Del Bosque still has a formidable squad, though. He's keen to downplay, though, his club's record of success in the competition.
We're the winners before this match, but only historically. We won 6 cups in the old Champions League and 2 in the new one. But that means nothing for this match. We're 2 big teams who won their national championships last year, and we both have really good players.
In Group B, Borussia Dortmund start with an away game in Ukraine against Dynamo Kiev, while UEFA Cup holders Liverpool start at home to Boavista of Portugal. The English side will also be hoping to put their poor start to the domestic season to one side for Europe's top competition.
The spoils of a remarkable year take pride of place in Liverpool's museum at Anfield, but there's no trophy for their biggest prize last season. A 3rd place finish in the Premiership meant they qualified for the Champions League. Liverpool are well used to big European nights. Last May they beat the Spanish club Alaves to lift the UEFA Cup. But a first appearance in this competition against Boavista of Portugal guarantees a unique occasion at Anfield this evening.
There's a special night where obviously you have to surpass yourself, you have to show the best of yourself in the game. And everybody's got to be sharper, even the manager, in decision making and so on. So obviously it makes something, special.
The euphoria that greeted Liverpool's historic treble last season means there are high expectations of success in the Champions League too. First, though, they have to overcome tricky opponents tonight.
I think it's a typical Portuguese side that the players are individually very skillful and quick, and I've heard that their strikers are very good players. So it's going to be hard evening for us.
So tonight Anfield stages a match in Europe's elite club competition for the first time in 16 years. The priority for Liverpool is a good win over Boa Vista as they seek to qualify for the second phase of the Champions League. Damien Johnson, BBC News at Anfield.
Well, there are also matches in Groups C and D today. Arsenal travel to Mallorca for their opening game in Group C, while Schalke entertain Panathinaikos of Greece. In Group D, Nantes are at home to PSV Eindhoven, while Lazio travel to Istanbul to face Galatasaray. Well, away from football now, and South Africa have completed a 9-wicket victory over Zimbabwe in the first test in Harare. It was a double disappointment for Zimbabwe wicketkeeper Andy Flower. He fell just 1 run short of becoming only the 5th batsman ever to score a century and a double century in the same match. Flower was unbeaten on 199 when the Zimbabwe innings ended on 391. Flower's second innings performance had prevented an innings defeat, but he couldn't stop the South Africans coasting to victory. They reached their 78-run target for the loss of just 1 wicket. Tennis, Nicholas Kiefer has made a surprise exit in the first round from the ATP President's Cup in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. The 5th-seeded German, who won the tournament in 1999, was beaten in straight sets, 7-5, 6-4, by the Czech Daniel Vacek at the top of the screen here. The win was Vacek's first on the tour all year. He'd been knocked out in the first round of the 3 previous tournaments in which he'd played, but his big serve proved the decisive factor against Kiefer. Vacek will now face another German, that's Rainer Schuttler, in the second round. Well, there are still 3 races to go in a Formula 1 season already brought effectively to a premature end by the early championship wins of Michael Schumacher and his Ferrari team. The first of the 3 being the Italian Grand Prix this Sunday, so a party atmosphere at Monza certainly is guaranteed. For other teams, there's some soul-searching to do, though. At BAR, for instance, where the team's underperformance has been scrutinised with a view to improvement next season. That'll come, they hope, with a new car, which is scheduled for its launch in December. Driver Jacques Villeneuve is expecting much more from 2002.
Every race that goes by is 1 race less to go before the end of the season, which is great because this year has been very difficult, and all we can do now is wait and hope for a better year next year, for a better car next year. So no, it's good. The season is nearing its end. The races that are coming are fun. Monza is fun. America was always fun, and then Japan is it's a beautiful track. So it's a good way to finish the season on the fun side.
On to baseball now. The St. Louis slugger Mark McGwire has set up the Cardinals for yet another victory. They trounced the Milwaukee Brewers 8-0 on the road.
Average. But baseball fans have been focusing on Barry Bonds' record-chasing home run spree this season. But the current record holder for homers in a single season, Mark McGwire, showed he's still got the touch. St. Louis were at Milwaukee, and McGwire's 2-run homer in the second set the Cardinals on their way. Half his 48 hits this season have been home runs. It was in the 4th inning that the Cardinals blew the game right open, scoring 6 runs that effectively killed off the Brewers' challenge. Jim Edmonds started the push with a single to right centre field. Then Placido Polanco scored a single with the bases loaded to push the Cardinals' lead to 7-0. The final run of the game came off a wild.
And we're getting reports of a plane crash in the World Trade Center in New York. You can see the pictures there. It's one of New York's tallest buildings. That's all the information we know at the moment, but as you can see, it is a considerable collision and there is a large fire. That's all the information we have at the moment, but we'll be back with more details in just a short while at the top of the hour.
Well, we have one final story for you. The New York Giants, last season's Super Bowl runners-up, have been beaten in their first match of the new NFL season. The Giants lost by 31 points to 20 at Denver, but the victory for the Broncos came at a price. Wide receiver Ed McCaffrey is set to miss the rest of the season after breaking his leg after making a catch in the 3rd quarter. Before his injury, McCaffrey scored the 2nd of the Broncos' 4 touchdowns. Former Giant caught his 44th TD pass as a Denver player in the 2nd quarter to tie the Broncos team record before his horrific injury. So there we are. That's all from Sport Today. Goodbye.
death was all around. Something that you'll never forget and will always live with you.
With over 250 correspondents, we're always close to the story. BBC World.
As we come on air, we have serious news of a major possible air crash in the United States. A plane appears to have crashed into one of New York's tallest buildings, the World Trade Center. As you can see, those are pictures of smoke pouring out of a gaping hole in the upper floors of the World Trade Center. It is in the downtown area of Manhattan and is one of the most heavily populated office buildings in New York. All we know at this moment is that there has been a plane crash in the morning time in New York. The plane smashed into one of the twin towers of the New York World Trade Center about half an hour ago. That's the information that we've got. And you can see the smoke and flames billowing from the building. One eyewitness said that it was a twin-engine plane, possibly a 737, which flew straight into the World Trade Center. It's believed that some bits of the plane may still be embedded in the building. For viewers who are just joining us at the top of the hour, we're watching pictures of smoke billowing out of the World Trade Center in New York, the result of a plane crash, it's believed, which took place about half an hour ago in New York. An eyewitness said there was a huge explosion. They thought, in fact, that the blast had come from inside. Pictures, as I said, of the World Trade Center on fire as a result of a plane crash into the upper stories of one of the tallest buildings in New York. We have no immediate word at the moment on injuries or fatalities in the disaster. It happened shortly before 9 a.m. local time. One eyewitness said the plane was coming in low and it looked like it hit at a slight angle. Large holes are visible in two sides of the building. It's a 110-story building, one of the landmark Twin Towers in the southern part of Manhattan. If you're just joining us, we're watching pictures of the World Trade Center on fire in New York, the result of a plane crash by what's thought to have been a twin-engine plane, possibly a 737, which appears to have flown directly into the World Trade Center, flying low. No news at the moment of injuries or fatalities. As you can see, there's a considerable fire there. We've got two large holes on two sides of the World Trade Center. It's a 110-story building. Let's get the latest now. The BBC's Jim Fish joins me. Jim, what can you tell us?
Well, very few more details than what you've already said, Nisha. All we know is that it's described as a passenger plane. We don't know how many passengers it was carrying. It does seem to have entered the trade tower very high up, and there are gaping holes on both sides of the tower. It looks as if it's penetrated right through the structure of it. We don't know precisely how many floors are affected. We don't know the number of casualties or injuries, but it is quite clearly a major disaster.
It's the North Tower of New York's World Trade Center, which we're looking at the moment, ablaze with thick smoke coming out of two sides of the building, the result of a plane crash by what's thought to be a twin-engined jet plane, possibly a 737. The accident is reported to have taken place at 9 a.m. local time. Joining us now on the phone from New York is Steve Evans, who was, I believe, in the building at the time. Steve, what can you tell us about what happened this morning?
People are running away very, very quickly. There are more explosions further down the building. It was calm until we came on the air now, but I'm now looking up at this building, and there is smoke billowing from the very top, but then there is a fire and an explosion about 20 stories further down. I was at the base of the building when it happened. There was one huge bang, and the building physically shook. Then another 2 or 3 bangs, and the building again shook, and people came screaming past me.
At the moment, it looks as if both buildings are on fire.
Clearly, the thing is out of control. As I say, there is smoke billowing out from further and further down the building, and people are simply moving back. They don't know what has happened. Initially, the assumption was that it was a bomb. People have been coming past me now saying, no, it was an aircraft which hit the building. More than that, I cannot say, apart from to tell you that people here are very, very frightened. People are crying. People are shaking. They've stopped running away from the building. They are now walking away. There is moisture raining down from a clear sky. I only presume that comes from the disaster which is going on above me as I speak.
It must be a very busy scene, Steve. Are there a lot of people there?
Well, there are a lot of people. The man whose phone it is asking me, he's evacuating the shop, and I have to get off, I'm afraid, because he wants his phone back, and we have to leave. I'll stay with it here. There are people who are very, very frightened. Clearly, this is a very high, it is one of the tallest buildings in the world. There is an uncontrollable event involving explosions and fire going on above us. People simply don't know what's happening. An awful lot of people are just getting as far away as they possibly can.
Steve Evans, thank you for joining us from the World Trade Center. So clearly chaos there. The explosions still continuing. At the moment, it's not really clear whether there was a plane crash or exactly what went on, Jim.
Well, we are getting reports that a twin-engined jetliner Jet Airliner was the aircraft involved. That hasn't been confirmed. That is coming from an eyewitness. In terms of we are seeing both, it seems that both towers are affected by this. It could be that the aircraft went through one, right through, and the debris has affected the other tower as well. Obviously, what we don't know is what the emergency services are managing to do. There are, surprisingly at the moment, no signs of helicopters around the towers. maybe that means that the emergency services are already on the spot within the tower, but that, by the look of the damage there, they will have great difficulty getting within range of that fire inside the towers, 110 stories high. The right-hand tower, it looks like the top 10 or possibly even more stories are affected. Lower down on the left-hand tower, it could be even more stories are affected.
If you've just joined us, we're just looking at pictures from the World Trade Center in New York, which is ablaze as a result of a plane crash, a plane flying in low, which went into one of the towers, possibly both of the towers, because clearly now both of them are on fire. You can see extensive damage there. This accident took place about half an hour ago at 9 a.m. local time in New York. The World Trade Centers are very busy office blocks, and as you can see, the fires are still raging. We heard from an eyewitness a short while ago that people were very frightened and running from the scene, and that the explosions there were still out of control, that explosions were still taking place at the World Trade Center as a result of this plane crash. There's some reports too, unconfirmed, that a second plane might also have crashed into the World Trade Center. Jim Fish is here with me in the studio. It's interesting that we're not seeing any rescue helicopters at the moment, isn't it, Jim?
Yes. Now, we can only assume that there are emergency operations going on inside those towers as we speak. Of course, they were built to rigorous safety specifications. They will have systems which can enable them to reach an accident, a disaster of this kind, very high up. These were the world's tallest buildings when they were constructed. They are no longer, but they are among the world's tallest. So there will be systems in place there, emergency backup systems. Even if the lifts are not working, there will be mechanical ways in which they can at least try to approach the scene of the accident. But it is surprising at the moment that there are no helicopters around, flying around there, possibly trying to get at the seat of the accident.
We've got some pictures that have also just come in of a second plane crash, crashing into the other tower at World Trade Center. You can see a huge explosion there. So a double plane accident at the World Trade Center in New York this morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, at a very busy time, at a very busy set of tower blocks. We have no word at the moment of fatalities. Let's just take another look at those pictures of a second plane crash going into the other tower block at the World Trade Center. A huge explosion there, and a most unfortunate event. We have no word at the moment of fatalities, but they are very, very busy office blocks, and it all happened in the morning at a very busy time.
Seeing those pictures, I think one would have to ask, one accident is extraordinary in itself, but two, if that is a second aircraft striking the towers, one would have to ask the question whether this is deliberate sabotage. Bearing in mind that the World Trade Center was the target of a sabotage attempt, a bomb blast a few years ago, I think this must be now in the minds of certainly officialdom in the United States, whether this is in fact not an accident but deliberate.
Yes, Islamic militants were responsible for a large bomb explosion at the World Trade Center a few years ago, and of course it's too early to tell at the moment, but it certainly raises the question, with two plane crashes into the World Trade Center at such a busy time, whether in fact this is a deliberate event and not an accident. For viewers who are just joining us here on BBC World, we're looking at pictures of the Twin Towers in New York, of the World Trade Center, which are ablaze as a result of two small planes which flew directly into the upper stories of the World Trade Center. We'll just show you pictures of the second plane crash, which took place a short while ago, aimed directly at the second World Trade Center, the southern block of the World Trade Center, and you can see an enormous fire there. It's at a very busy time of day, right at the upper stories. We heard from an eyewitness a short while ago that the explosions as a result of those direct hits were still going on. The situation at the World Trade Center was out of control. The World Trade Center, one of New York's big landmarks, looks like it's been the deliberate target of a sabotage attempt, a deliberate terrorist attack on New York's World Trade Center. Joining us now is our New York correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what can you tell us?
Well, there's of course huge speculation here about what has happened. The two towers of the World Trade Center, those two famous towers, both on fire. We do know that about 9 minutes before the top of the hour, a first plane appeared to crash into the upper floors of one of the towers, and then within about 18 minutes later, a second plane or a second explosion happened. But there's of course huge speculation already about how on earth this could happen.
In 1993, of course, there was a major bomb explosion. It must bring back horrible memories of that.
Of course it does, and that's why people are thinking, how on earth could this have happened already? Some commentators are speculating that there was some form of missile involved. Of course, there's no confirmation at all of anything like that. People are talking, was it a deliberate navigational error? Of course, this all refers back to the February 1993 bombing of the World Trade Towers, in which 6 people were killed and more than 1,000 people were injured, and that, of course, a terrorist attack.
Any word of fatalities or injuries, Jane?
Not at all, but obviously this is going to be quite a serious number of injuries. We don't know what planes were traveling, how many people were on them, if any, of course, apart from a pilot. There's really no information at all. People here in New York just glued to live pictures unfolding on the television screens. These towers, just a symbol of New York, and amazing pictures of course, the plane going through almost one of the towers, and just this massive explosion.
Jane, the time of day for this attack, would it have been as office workers were starting their day, or too early for that?
It would have caught quite a number of office workers. The Port Authority headquarters, a big public service agency in New York, of course, in one of those twin towers. And also New York's commuter airports, very, very busy around that time of day, people going to Washington, to Boston, flying out of the city. So with no information at the moment, nobody's got any idea of how many people could have been hurt or injured or killed.
Have the authorities said whether any kind of warning was received about this kind of possible attack?
Certainly that is not on the agenda at the moment. Nobody's talking of any kind of warning. But it must be said that people in New York have been quite conscious that since the American embassy bombers were sentenced here, and one is due still to be sentenced this week, that there could be some kind of revenge involvement, of course, because of this 1993 attack.
Of course, at this stage, it is speculation as to who or what might be behind this attack. But tell us, Jane, at this stage, what kind of reaction are we getting from eyewitnesses as to what exactly happened?
Well, there's some confusion, you know, people talking about possibly some kind of missile. Was it one plane? Was it two? But, of course, we know those bare details of the second plane or the second object going through and exploding the second tower. But eyewitnesses we haven't heard much from yet. I think there will be the shock and disbelief. I mean, it's like a scene from a film almost. It doesn't seem to be real to New Yorkers, who I can see just glued to their television screens.
Jane, we're just going to remind viewers of what we're looking at the moment and run pictures that we've got of a second plane which flew directly into the World Trade Center in New York, causing an enormous explosion. Earlier, another plane had flown into the second block of the World Trade Center, This took place at about 9 a.m. New York time, just as office workers would have been gathering for the start of their day. Jane, why is it that the World Trade Center has proved to be such a target for these kind of attacks?
Well, we don't know if this is an attack at all, though the pictures of that second plane heading right towards the tower will, of course, raise suspicions. This is very, very early days, but it could be a navigational error as well. We really don't know. These are all the things that are being talked about at these very early stages. But those towers, like buildings like the Empire State Building, they say New York, and they say also New York's financial dominance and America's financial dominance. So perhaps that will turn out to be a clue as the investigation, which will have to follow this, of course, comes up with something.
We're looking at pictures of the World Trade Center ablaze in New York, the result of two planes which went into the side of the World Trade Centers in the upper stories. It's not clear at the moment whether this was deliberate, though that is the suspicion. Tell us a bit more about the attack on the World Trade Center in 1993 and who was found guilty for that, Jane.
Hello, hello.
I think we've... oh, Ash Rajan, an eyewitness to the attack, joins us now. Ash, what did you see? What can you tell us about what's going on?
Well, I just got off the train right in the belly at the World Trade Center, the train that was getting me in from home this morning. And first, there was just a tremendous smell of gasoline and petroleum. But we just figured that was sort of a train situation. So we were making ourselves up rather calmly on those large escalators, and suddenly there was a sort of a panic run by the rest of the commuters, and then there was a huge explosion. And as we sort of rushed out of the building, we saw what looked like a ticker tape parade, papers and streamers flowing everywhere. It just looked so surreal, but then the sheer fear and, I guess, the panic of the situation, but most of us just ran to side corridors and stuff like that outside on the street. And then moments later, there was another explosion. So all we could see was a tremendous pall of smoke and certainly fire under that smoke in one of the towers of the building. But I got the impression that as I kept running towards my office, more and more people were saying that the second tower had caught on fire as well. I had no idea as to the planes and so on and so forth. We just thought it was some sort of an explosion or a regular fire. But then again, all of downtown looks like a whole mass of people on the street. Trucks, cars, all just strewn around, a pall of black smoke that looks like a tornado climbing over the rest of Wall Street. I could actually now see it from my window. I'm now in my office, a little away from the World Trade Center, about a block away. And I could see through my window, and I could see just humanity right downstairs, just strewn with people, cars and trucks and so on and so forth, lots of confusion, and I guess I still don't know what is going on there.
It's a very, very busy time of morning, of course, isn't it, Ash?
Precisely. You couldn't have picked, well, yes, a busier time this morning, so that is really unfortunate. I just hope and I pray for those people in those 2 or 3 floors, or perhaps even more floors, that were affected the World Trade Center. This is such a stark coincidence for me, because I was there when the explosion went off in the World Trade Center many, many years ago, and I had to walk down 63 floors from the 63rd floor of World Trade Center number 2 with the rest of my colleagues, and that was then. And today, I happen to be in the same building. How could that possibly be? The same building, right at the belly of the building, getting off the train.
How many floors appear to be affected?
Just from a sort of a quick visual glance at the building, when I was outside the building, it looked more like 6 or 7 with a real heavy fire and a thick black ball of smoke. But apparently now, I've been hearing just from people on the street, I'm not sure how credible those observations are, that it's clearly more floors and certainly another building as well, another tower, the second tower.
Ash Rajan, thank you very much for joining us. And we've got another eyewitness to that accident or explosion at the World Trade Center. Jane Beresford joins us now. Jane, what can you tell us?
I was standing down on the Battery Park ferry terminal, just waiting to catch a ferry actually across to Ellis Island, and just heard a huge explosion. It's about 8:30 behind me. I thought perhaps a building was being demolished, but in fact, you thought there were just towers of smoke coming out within minutes. And again, we still thought it was just a building demolished. There wasn't any great sort of panic at that time. And then you saw flames raging through the building, and then approximately sort of 15, 20 minutes later, a plane flew down right above us, so very, very close to our heads, and smashed right into the other tower. It's a massive explosion, people were screaming, a sort of panic. There wasn't even many fire ambulances and things like that on the street. It all happened so quickly.
And the emergency services response now?
They are on scene now, but people just seemed to be stunned. There seemed to be nothing happened while this sort of first explosion had happened, and there was sort of this sort of silence and nothing very. And then all of a sudden, all the ambulances and fire engines came down onto the streets, and the most shocking thing was this plane just coming, literally right above our heads and just smashed right into the second building. It was like something out of a film. You just couldn't believe what was happening.
You actually saw the plane going into the side of the building?
Smashed into the side of the building. I mean, you thought it was going to swerve to the left or the right to try and avoid it. It was so low, you knew it was on a collision course with the building, but it just seemed to be heading right for it.
Of course, at the moment, it's too early to tell what was behind it, but so far as you could make out, did it look like an accident?
No, it looked like it was. I mean, you just don't get planes. It's quite a large plane. It didn't look. It was low down in the sky in Manhattan. You're not used to seeing planes that low in the sky in Manhattan, and it just was heading straight for the tower. Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us. We're looking at pictures of the World Trade Center, which is ablaze as a result of two planes which appear to have flown straight into the side of the World Trade Center in New York. It's too early to tell what has caused this, but let me remind you that there was a terrorist bomb explosion in the building in 1993. Eyewitnesses we're also getting reports that two United Airlines planes may have been hijacked. We're hearing that the US President George Bush will speak later on about the World Trade Center crash in Washington. Officials say the FBI is investigating reports of plane hijackings as well as the crashes. Joining us now from Washington is our correspondent, Stephen Sveach. Stephen, what can you tell us about the events in New York this morning?
Well, I think a huge shock here for everybody, not just in New York, not just in Washington, but right across the country. These two towers, the tallest buildings in New York, a symbol of the city's prowess. This is, of course, the world's great financial center and the country's great business center. I think huge shock for everybody. And as seems increasingly likely, this does appear to have been something deliberate. It seems hard to believe that two planes could have crashed into the two towers of the World Trade Center by accident within minutes of each other. If indeed this was a deliberate attack, then I think this is going to cause a huge shock. And I think it will increase the sense, perhaps, for Americans of their vulnerability to these sorts of attacks, which, of course, have been very rare on American soil.
Any word yet of fatalities?
We don't have any word. The attacks came right at the start of the business day. It's possible just after 8:30, it seems, before 9 o'clock anyway. So it's possible that not too many people were in the building. But of course, once again, we're speculating here. But people in New York and the States do tend to get to work pretty early. So unfortunately, it's possible that there were many people in the building. And we simply don't know what is going on. One can only imagine the devastation in those towers, so high up, so far off the ground. One thing we do seem to know is that there wasn't too much debris on the ground, so it seems that at least people around the World Trade Center haven't been affected too badly. No fatalities on the ground, it seems.
We're looking at pictures of the World Trade Center ablaze in New York as a result of two planes crashing into the World Trade Center. It looks as if it was a deliberate act, but it is too early to tell. Some reports suggest that 6 people were killed in the accident or the explosion and 1,000 people injured. It happened at about 9 o'clock in the morning, New York time. We've also got some pictures of the second plane which crashed into the side of the World Trade Center. There you can see it. It looks as if it was heading straight for one of the towers of the World Trade Center, flying low, and it resulted in an enormous explosion. Some eyewitnesses have told us that the explosion sounded as if the whole building was coming down. 6 or 7 floors seem to have been affected on each of the buildings. Stephen Speech is with us from Washington. Stephen, we're expecting the President to speak about it soon.
Yes, I think this will be a very important moment, I think, for the President. I think he'll feel that he has to say something about this. The eyes of the whole nation are on what's going on in New York, and then I think the eyes of the whole nation will be on him. And of course, it'll be interesting to see how he responds. It's possible that the authorities here in Washington know more about this than we do. It's possible they may have had some indication there was going to be some sort of attack, but it's equally possible that they don't. It's equally possible that they don't know any more than we do, and that they too are as it were, groping in the dark to see exactly what led up to this explosion. And therefore, it'll be very interesting to hear what the President has to say.
We're also getting some reports of possible plane hijacking, United Airlines planes. Anything you can tell us about that, Stephen? We've also got reports coming in that at the same time as this attack on the World Trade Center by 2 planes, there may have been a possible hijacking of a United Airlines plane, possibly 2 planes. Stephen Speech joins us from Washington. Stephen, can you tell us any more about these possible plane hijackings?
Those reports are being investigated by the FBI. Now, if they turn out to be true, then that will once again lend weight. Of course, it will lend absolute weight to the idea that this was an entirely deliberate attack. And it would seem, if it was an attack, very, very well planned and well coordinated by people who were not afraid to lose their lives in the process. So I think, you know, all the evidence pointing towards something very coordinated, very deliberate, and powerfully symbolic in terms of its significance for American interests.
For viewers who've just joined us, you're looking at the New York skyline with the World Trade Center right in the middle, a landmark tower of New York, which has come under attack from 2 planes which crashed apparently deliberately into the side of the World Trade Center. The World Trade Center, as we speak, is ablaze. The explosions appear to be continuing. One eyewitness told us that the explosions were continuing out of control. There are people fleeing from the scene. It's a very busy time of morning at the moment. The explosions took place about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, 9 a.m. New York time. It's not yet clear whether they were indeed deliberate acts or whether it was an accident. One eyewitness told us that she didn't think it was an accident because the plane was flying low and appeared to have gone straight into the side of the building. And this is what Jane Beresford said to us. Let's take another look at the pictures of the second plane, which flew into the side of the building just moments after an earlier plane had flown into the World Trade Center in New York. It was flying low and it appears to have been headed straight for the building. As you can see, several stories of that building are ablaze. Jane Beresford, an eyewitness, told us what she saw.
I was standing down on the Battery Park ferry terminal, just waiting to catch a ferry actually across to Ellis Island, and just heard a huge explosion. It's about 8:30 behind me. I thought perhaps a building was being demolished, but in fact, you saw there were just towers of smoke coming out within minutes. And again, we still thought it was just a building demolished. There wasn't any great sort of panic at that time. And then you saw flames raging through the building, and then approximately sort of 15, 20 minutes later, a plane flew down right above us, so very, very close to our heads, and smashed right into the other tower. It's a massive explosion, people were screaming, sort of panic. There wasn't even many fire ambulances and things like that on the street.
And discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality.
President Bush is due to make a statement on the plane crash.
2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President to the governor of New York, to the director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
That was the US President George Bush talking about an apparent terrorist attack. His comments on two planes which appear to have deliberately flown into the side of the World Trade Center in New York. Landmark towers in New York. An apparent terrorist attack, he called it. Stephen Sweech is in Washington. Stephen, it does rather look like a suicide attack, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It does seem hard to think that it's anything other than a suicide attack. Indeed, a double suicide attack by two people flying planes. We don't know if anyone else was in them, possibly on their own. And a short but powerful statement there from President Bush, I think quite understandably from his point of view, keeping it very short and succinct, but nonetheless making it very clear he believes this is what he describes as a terrorist attack. He's saying the full resources of the federal government will be brought to bear to hunt down those folks, as he called them, who perpetrated the attack. And he said terrorism in the United States will not stand. So there we are. We have it from the chief executive himself. Not much doubt here from the authorities. This was indeed a deliberate attack.
That this was foul play, in other words.
Absolutely, and I think looking at the evidence, it does seem pretty hard to reach any other conclusion. The idea that you'd have two planes coincidentally flying accidentally into the two tallest buildings on Manhattan Island in the city of New York, it does seem pretty hard to believe, and therefore I think all the evidence pointing, as President Bush suggested, towards an attack. And now, of course, people will start to wonder who were the attackers, where did they come from, but very, very early to say at this stage.
Just to remind you, if you've just joined us, we're looking at pictures of the World Trade Center ablaze in New York, the result of two planes which flew directly into the Twin Towers, one of the landmarks in New York. It happened at 9 a.m. local time, a very busy time. And this is what one of the eyewitnesses, Jane Beresford, told us.
I was standing down on the Battery Park ferry terminal, just waiting to catch the ferry actually across to Ellis Island, and just heard a huge explosion. It's about 8:30 behind me. I thought perhaps a building was being demolished, but in fact, you saw there were just towers of smoke coming out within minutes. And again, we still thought it was just a building demolished. There wasn't any great sort of panic at that time. And then you saw flames raging through the building, and then approximately sort of 15, 20 minutes later, a plane flew down right above us, so very, very close to our heads, and smashed right into the other tower. It's a massive explosion, people screaming, a sort of panic. There wasn't even many fire ambulances and things like that on the street. It all happened so quickly.
And the emergency services response now?
They are on scene now, but people just seemed to be stunned. There seemed to be nothing happened while this sort of first explosion had happened, and there was sort of this sort of silence and nothing very. And then all of a sudden, all the ambulances and fire engines came down onto the streets, and the most shocking thing was this plane just coming, literally right above our heads and just smashed right into the second building. It was like something out of a film. You just couldn't believe what was happening.
You actually saw the plane going into the side of the building?
Smashed into the side of the building. I mean, you thought it was going to swerve to the left or the right to try and avoid it. It was so low, you knew it was on a collision course with the building, but it just seemed to be heading right for it.
Of course, at the moment, it's too early to tell what was behind it, but so far as you could make out, did it look like an accident?
No, it looked like it was. I mean, you just don't get planes. It was quite a large plane. It didn't look. It was low down in the sky in Manhattan. You're not used to seeing planes that low in the sky in Manhattan, and it just was heading straight for the tower.
Jane Beresford, an eyewitness to the attack on the World Trade Center in New York. President Bush said that it was an apparent terrorist attack, and the FBI has called it foul play. Stephen Sweech joins us from Washington. Stephen, what's the latest information you have?
Well, one of the latest information, pieces of information that we have is that the FBI are investigating reports that two planes belonging to United Airlines were hijacked before the incident, before the attack, and therefore that will of course be one line of inquiry in this investigation. Where were the planes hijacked? Who were the hijackers? And that may, of course, provide some sort of evidence as to what brought this about. And I think inevitably people are going to start talking about the Middle East, about possible motives for this attack, but very early to say.
There doesn't appear to have been any sort of warning, does there?
No, I mean, I'm sure the authorities here receive warnings about threats to U.S. interests all over the world all the time, in a sense. I mean, we've had attacks on U.S. targets in Yemen. We had those attacks on the embassies in Tanzania and Kenya back in 1998. But incidents of this kind on U.S. soil, extremely rare. And we have to go back to the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, the same building, the 1995 Oklahoma bombing by Timothy McVeigh, and then the attack at the Atlanta Olympics in 1996, although it's still not entirely clear what brought that about. But incidents of this kind, very, very rare indeed here, and therefore I think that really adds to the sense of shock. And I think just to see the two towers, the tallest buildings in New York, symbols of American power and American capitalism, if you like, to see those two towers on fire, I think that is a pretty chilling sight for people around the country.
Stephen Siege, thank you for that. Those two towers on fire down in New York, the World Trade Center, the result of an apparent terrorist attack. That's what the US president said. Two planes crashed into the Twin Towers as a result of what appears to be a deliberate suicide mission. Joining us now from Washington is Neil Livingston, a terrorism expert. Does this look like an apparent terrorist attack to you?
Well, I think it does. You have to remember that some years ago we had a plane crash at the Empire State Building in the fog, and that was clearly an accident. This is a clear day. The towers are clearly visible. We have two crashes 19 minutes apart, and now we have unconfirmed rumors that unconfirmed reports that one of the planes may have been hijacked. So everything points to a terrorist attack right now.
The reports you're getting are that a plane might have been hijacked and then diverted onto this.
We have unconfirmed reports at this moment.
Why is the World Trade Center being targeted in this way, do you think?
Well, it's a symbol of American strength and the American capitalism. It's just been announced that the stock market has suspended trading. And as a consequence, it's one of those targets that is at the very heart of how our system works. And if you can shut down the stock market in addition to creating a high loss of life, then you can bring extraordinary publicity to whatever your cause is.
The security around the World Trade Center must be very high, I suppose, as a result of the bombing back in 1993.
Well, it's not as high as you might think. I've been there many times, and obviously there are so many thousands of people, some say 70 to 100,000 people a day visit some part of the World Trade Center, work there, and as a consequence, this is one of those places that you have to have free egress and access to the building. So there are trade-offs with security, and certainly the airspace around it. It's very easy to divert out of the flight pattern going into LaGuardia or one of the surrounding airports and veer off and go toward the World Trade Center.
We've got reports coming in on the Reuters news agency that a Palestinian group has claimed responsibility for the New York World Trade Center attacks. Those are unconfirmed, I must stress. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I suspect that we may see this as Islamicist terrorism. And of course, if that's the case, I think that there's going to be hell to pay in the weeks and months ahead. I don't think that this is the kind of terrorist attack that the United States will take quietly. I think it's basically amounts to a declaration of war, and I think it will be seen that way by the Bush administration.
Well, President Bush, speaking just a short while ago, said that the US would hunt down those who committed the attack on the World Trade Center. But it's not going to be easy.
Well, it won't be easy, but I suspect that we may be able to hunt them down. We've been able to do that in other recent terrorist cases. And if we find the governments have harbored or supported the terrorists in any way, I think those governments become extremely vulnerable at that point.
For viewers who've just joined us, we're going to show you pictures of the second plane as it flew in and appears deliberately to have gone straight into the side of one of the towers. Earlier, another plane had targeted the other tower. You can see an enormous explosion as a direct consequence of that hit. An eyewitness told us it did not look like an accident to her. Still on the line with us is terrorism expert Neil Livingston. The second such attack against the World Trade Center. It must be really quite horrific for the people there at the moment.
Well, we can only imagine what it's like. We have some early reports of absolute pandemonium, absolute chaos, injured people, smoke filling the buildings. Both towers, as you know, are on fire. I think that the loss of life is going to be horrific, and we can only speculate right now on the casualties, and they have our prayers, of course.
Neil Livingston, thank you for joining us. And Ash Raven, who was an eyewitness to the earlier explosion, joined us, and this is what he told us.
Well, I just got off the train right in the belly at the World Trade Center, the train that was getting me in from home this morning. And first, there was just a tremendous smell of gasoline and petroleum. But we just figured that was sort of a train situation. So we were making ourselves up rather calmly on those large escalators. And suddenly there was a sort of a panic run by the rest of the commuters. And then there was a huge explosion. And as we sort of rushed out of the building, we saw what looked like a ticker tape parade. Papers and streamers flowing everywhere. It just looked so surreal. But then the sheer fear and, I guess, the panic of the situation, most of us just ran to side corridors and stuff like that outside on the street. And then moments later, there was another explosion. So all we could see was a tremendous pall of smoke and certainly fire under that smoke in one of the towers of the building. But I got the impression that as I kept running towards my office, more and more people were saying that the second tower had caught on fire as well. I had no idea as to the planes and so on and so forth. We just thought it was some sort of an explosion or a regular fire. But then again, all of downtown looks like a whole mass of people on the street. Trucks, cars, all just strewn around, a pall of black smoke that looks like a tornado climbing over the rest of Wall Street. I could actually now see from my window. I'm now in my office, a little away from the World Trade Center, about a block away. And I could see through my window, and I could see just humanity right downstairs, just strewn with people, cars and trucks and so on and so forth, lots of confusion, and I guess I still don't know what is going on there.
It's a very, very busy time of morning, of course, isn't it, Ash?
You couldn't have picked, well, yes, a busier time this morning, so that is really unfortunate. I just hope and I pray for those people in those 2 or 3 floors, or perhaps even more floors, that were affected the World Trade Center. This is such a stark coincidence for me, because I was there when the explosion went off in the World Trade Center many, many years ago, and I had to walk down 63 floors from the 63rd floor of World Trade Center number 2 with the rest of my colleagues, and that was then. And today, I happen to be in the same building. How could that possibly be? The same building, right at the belly of the building, getting off the train.
How many floors appear to be affected?
Just from a sort of a quick visual glance at the building, when I was outside the building, it looked more like 6 or 7 with a real heavy fire and a thick black ball of smoke. But apparently now, I've been hearing this from people on the street. I'm not sure how credible those observations are, but it's clearly more floors and certainly another building as well, another tower, the second tower.
Eyewitness Ash Raven. Now we're going to cross to Washington. There are pictures there of a hotel behind the Pentagon. There are reports of a terrorist attack on the Pentagon as well. There certainly has been an explosion. You can see thick smoke coming out from behind the Pentagon. It's been evacuated, and there are reports coming through that the White House too has been evacuated. This just a short while after 2 planes attacked the World Trade Center in New York. President Bush said earlier that they were apparent terrorist attacks. It now looks as if the focus of these attacks, if that's what they are, has switched to Washington, to the nerve center of the American government, to the Pentagon, the defense headquarters, and possibly to the White House itself. Joining us now is aviation expert Robert Houston. Robert, what can you tell us about the World Trade Center attacks?
The World Trade Center attack seems to be an astonishingly well-planned, a daring and appalling act. Some of the descriptions that I've heard describe the aircraft involved as small passenger aircraft, but it's far more serious than that. The second aircraft that hit the towers, which there is film of, which some of your viewers may have seen, that is a Boeing 737. It is not a small aircraft. It's a 100-seat airliner, and obviously a very calculated multiple hijacking plan with a suicide attack at the end of it has been put into place by whoever is behind this.
Robert Houston, can you stay with us? We're going to cross to Washington now, where we're getting reports of attacks, possible attacks on the Pentagon. We're joined now by the BBC's John Lyne. John, what can you tell us?
Okay, I'm at Washington National Airport, which is less than a mile from the Pentagon building, which is the headquarters, of course, of the U.S. Defense Department. There's a huge pall of smoke coming from that direction, and people at this airport are saying that a Boeing 757 jetliner has crashed into the Pentagon. Now, I cannot confirm that. Certainly something very bad has happened there. There's a horrible smell here. There's a huge pall of smoke, and there's obviously been some awful thing happened there, but I can't precisely confirm because I cannot see the Pentagon building directly in my line of sight. But certainly from that area, there is a massive pile of smoke. They've shut down this airport. I was just trying to get a plane to New York. They've shut down this airport immediately. There are no plane movements, and they're evacuating the area. It looks as if something very nasty has happened here today indeed.
John, thank you for that. We're looking at pictures from Washington, from just behind the Pentagon, the defense headquarters in the United States. John Lyne is at Washington Airport. John, the defense headquarters would be an extraordinary target. We've lost John Lyne. With me in the studio, though, is the BBC's Jim Fish. Jim, a series of coordinated attacks.
It looks very much like it, yes. An extraordinary amount of, as the defense expert was saying, the aviation expert just then, an extraordinary amount of coordination required to hijack, if that's the case, not 1 but 3 aircraft and crash them into such high-profile targets within minutes or within the space of an hour of each other. One thing, of course, people will now be looking at the perpetrators, the possible perpetrators of these attacks, and they do bear the same hallmark of the twin attacks, if you recall, back in 1998 on the 2 US embassies in East Africa, in Nairobi, Kenya, and in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, which took place within minutes of each other, but several hundred miles apart. They also caused large numbers of casualties. They were blamed by the American authorities on Middle East terrorists, possibly on Osama bin Laden, the Saudi dissident now thought to be in Afghanistan. If these attacks are also to be put down to the same organization, I'm sure that American officials will be looking very carefully at that possibility, the possibility that Osama bin Laden may have been involved in this. But of course, at the moment, it's far too early to tell.
At the moment, we're looking at pictures of the World Trade Center in New York, which is ablaze as a result of being attacked by 2 planes, one a 737, which may have been hijacked before it was flown straight into the World Trade Center, but also in Washington, at the heart of US government. There are reports that another plane, a 757, may have flown directly into the heart of the US defense establishment, into the Pentagon. Those are unconfirmed reports, though we have seen pictures of smoke billowing out from the Pentagon. we've got reports that Washington is being evacuated, the very heart of Washington, the US Capitol, including the White House. Earlier, the US President George Bush said he thought they were apparent terrorist attacks and that whoever was responsible would be hunted down. The BBC's Orla Guerin joins us. Orla, what can you tell us?
Well, what we've had here locally is a claim of responsibility. The initial report came from the Reuters news agency. It was quoting Abu Dhabi television and saying that they had received a call from the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, claiming that it was responsible for the plane crashes into both of the trade towers. Now, since then, we've managed to check with local spokesmen for that organisation, for the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and 2 local spokesmen here in the West Bank and Ramallah have denied that. So already there is doubt being cast on this claim, but I think it has to be treated with a great deal of caution at this stage.
We're looking at pictures at the moment. 2 enormous fires. The one on the left is in New York, the World Trade Center, which was attacked by 2 planes around about 9 o'clock this morning. The one on the right, the Pentagon, the US Defense Headquarters. Some reports say that a plane was flown straight into the Pentagon. That is as yet unconfirmed. Palestinian organization, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, has apparently claimed responsibility. Orla Guerin joins us now. Orla, what can you tell us about the DFLP?
Well, I think first of all we should say that that claim does have to be treated with caution, because local spokesmen for that organisation here in the West Bank in Ramallah are denying that they had any involvement. It would be unusual if this organisation was involved. It's quite a small splinter faction of the Palestinian Liberation Organisation. It's believed to be now about the 3rd largest group. It hasn't been involved in airline hijackings in the past, even back in the 1970s, when Palestinian terror groups were carrying out attacks of that kind and were involved in hijackings. It wasn't this faction, it was another one. So I do think we have to be cautious, but the initial claim was reported by the Reuters news agency. They were quoting Abu Dhabi television and saying that they had received a call from the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and in that call they apparently did claim responsibility for both of those aircrafts crashing into the World Trade Towers.
Okay, Orla, thank you for that. We're looking at pictures of 2 enormous fires, one in New York at the World Trade Center, the other at the Pentagon. They both appear to be the result of deliberate plane crashes, suicide missions. Joining us from Washington is the BBC's Stephen Speech. Stephen, what can you tell us about this situation at the Pentagon?
Well, it seems that a 3rd aircraft is involved. These are the reports we're getting, that a 3rd aircraft has crashed, and it's possible that it actually did crash into the Pentagon or somewhere near the Pentagon. So really quite extraordinary. Not only has this attack, as I think we can call it, been carried out in New York, the World Trade Center, the symbol of American financial, economic power, but also at the Pentagon, the heart of the US military complex. Quite extraordinary, and I think pretty shocking for most people here.
And what time does this attack at the Pentagon appear to have taken place at, Stephen?
Well, it seems to have been shortly after the attacks on the World Trade Center. Now, it's possible that it didn't happen that long afterwards, that we've only just found out about it. But I think, yes, I mean, you know, we're talking about within an hour of the attack on the World Trade Center. So clearly, highly coordinated, very well planned by some very, very determined people.
The word we get is that the Washington Capitol is being evacuated.
Well, certainly I think government buildings will be evacuated. I think if I was sitting in a US government building here just down the road at the State Department or the Treasury, I think I'd be pretty nervous just seeing all these places, as it were, going up in smoke one after the other. I think you've got to think, well, what's coming next? And I think clearly a sensible move, an inevitable move to evacuate these buildings, and just increases the sense of vulnerability that people working for the US government have, and also the sense that there are people out there who just, you know, don't like what they're doing for whatever reason, and are going to try and hit them.
Was there any sense of preparedness in Washington for anything like this in the last few days?
No, I don't think so. I mean, yeah, it's possible that the authorities here knew something was coming. But one thinks if they had any idea that anything on this scale was going to happen, they might have actually asked people not to, not to turn up for work, or have taken the precaution of evacuating these buildings earlier on. So I don't think among people here there was any sense of that. I mean, it was curious. Just the other day, I was walking through Washington, and it did strike me that there are so many prominent people, prominent buildings here. In a sense, this is the heart of power, the heart of the world's only superpower, and a very, very tempting target for people who want to get at the United States. And it does call into question, is it possible to provide absolute security? President Bush wants to provide a missile defense shield for the United States to protect against intercontinental ballistic missiles. Some people think that's possible, others think it isn't. And yet we have here a few planes hijacked in the United States and flying low, avoiding detection by radar, and carrying out these attacks. So it's a pretty sobering day for Americans.
What's the latest information we have, Stephen, on those planes? You said that they'd been hijacked. Do we know that for certain?
This information is still coming in. I mean, we've had some pretty credible reports, and it's certainly being investigated by the FBI, that the planes were hijacked. I think a couple of them from United Airlines. But we still need to get absolute confirmation of that. And now, of course, we know that all the planes, it seems, planes right around the States are being grounded. So the authorities clearly taking this very seriously, as you would expect them to.
Stephen Sveach, thank you for that. We're just going to take another look at the pictures of the second plane as it flew into the side of the World Trade Center in New York, shortly after an earlier plane had attacked the other Trade Center building. Right down in downtown Manhattan, you can see an enormous explosion there. It appears to have been a coordinated attack, because in Washington, the Pentagon has also suffered an attack, or buildings close to the Pentagon appear to have been attacked, also by planes, large planes, possibly as large as a 757. This appears to be a terrorist attack. A Palestinian organization, the DFLP, was said to have been responsible, but a senior official for that organization has denied responsibility. So at the present, we do not know who was responsible for these attacks in the United States, at the World Trade Center in New York and at the Pentagon in Washington. Washington has been evacuated. The heart of Washington, government offices are being evacuated. You can see at the moment pictures from around the Pentagon, rescue workers trying to put out the blaze. We saw an ambulance go by a few minutes ago. Stephen Sveach is in Washington. Stephen, what's the latest information we have?
Well, the latest information is that government buildings around the city, around Washington, D.C., have been evacuated. There is a fire going on at or around the Pentagon. It appears that a third plane crashed into or very nearby the Pentagon, in addition to the two planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. No reports of casualties here in Washington, but I think many casualties, certainly perhaps 5 more dead in the World Trade Center and many, many injured.
Joining us now is Greg Barrow in New York. Greg, what's the latest information from the World Trade Center?
Well, the latest we have is that the whole area has been sealed off. The police and security personnel are down there trying to clear members of the public away. This was a very, very busy time of the morning in New York, just as everybody was going into their offices, so it couldn't really have come at a worse time. And I think that the search is already beginning for those who may be to blame for this incident that has really, truly shocked people, not just here in New York, but also around the country.
Any word on fatalities? It was a very, very busy time.
Well, it was a busy time. We won't know for some time yet just how many people were killed or injured. Now, if there were large numbers of people on the planes that crashed into the building, then clearly that is going to lead to a very, very high death toll. The offices, it was at a time when people would have just been going into work. It's unclear how full those offices would have been, but there could have been hundreds, maybe thousands of people in those offices at the time that the planes impacted into the building. So potentially there are huge numbers of casualties, but really too early to say precisely what's happening at this stage.
When we were talking to eyewitnesses earlier, they said that the situation seemed to be out of control, that the explosions were just running, and it looks as if the tower, one of the towers, has fallen down. Is that your understanding?
Well, this is just such an unexpected event. It's something that nobody could plan for. Obviously, in 1993, there was an explosion at the World Trade Center. A bomb was set off, but I think even in people's wildest imaginations, nobody could have foreseen two planes crashing into each tower of the Twin Trade Center. And the fact that this has happened, and such an unusual event, such a shocking event, perhaps has stunned not just the emergency services, but everyone around.
We're looking at the very disturbing pictures from New York of the World Trade Center. Only one tower is standing. The other has collapsed. You can see an extraordinary amount of smoke billowing out. It's the result of an attack by two planes which flew into each of the towers at around 9 o'clock this morning. It appears to have been a deliberate terrorist attack, a suicide mission. Only one of the World Trade Center towers is standing. In Washington, we've also seen an attack on the Pentagon, or close to the Pentagon, the U.S. Defense headquarters. The White House and the Capitol have been evacuated. These are apparent terrorist attacks. That's what the U.S. President George Bush said. And a U.S. official citing a transmission from the plane says one of the two planes that crashed into the World Trade Center was hijacked after takeoff from Boston. The Federal Aviation Authority has grounded all planes for the moment and closed all airports. All of the major road links into New York have also been closed, but we don't yet have any word on the extent of injuries or possible fatalities from the attacks. Stephen Speech is in Washington, and joins us now. Stephen, what news have you got?
Well, the latest I have for you is the Associated Press news agency is saying that the plane that crashed here in Washington crashed into a helicopter launch pad near the Pentagon. So it seems, if that report is correct, that the Pentagon itself has not been hit, but there is a fire in the vicinity. The White House and other government buildings and, of course, the Pentagon have been evacuated, but certainly no reports of casualties here in Washington.
We're looking at smoke billowing out of the World Trade Center. An hour ago, it was attacked by a plane, and then a second plane went into the other World Trade Center tower in New York. A short while ago, that tower collapsed onto the ground in huge puffs of smoke. There's been panic around the World Trade Center. It was at a very busy time of day. These appear to have been terrorist attacks. A Palestinian organization, the DFLP, appeared to have said that it was responsible. That has now been denied. It's not known who is responsible for these attacks at the landmark World Trade Center in New York and against the U.S. Defense headquarters in the Pentagon. Another plane appears to have flown into that. At least one of the planes that attacked the World Trade Center, it's believed, was hijacked and had originally flown from Boston. The U.S. President George Bush said he will hunt down those who are responsible for attacking the United States in this way. With us here in the studio is Jim Fish. Jim, what's the latest information we have?
Well, it's a scene of absolute and utter chaos and devastation that we're looking at. It has appeared in the last few minutes that the south tower of the World Trade Center collapsed after it was struck about an hour ago by that second aircraft. We can't, because of the extent of that devastation, the thick cloud of smoke that's now covering most of Manhattan, it's impossible to tell to what extent what the extent of the damage is, and I think for that reason it'll take some time to find out how great the casualty toll is, but we can only speculate that if that second tower has collapsed or partially collapsed, then there will be sheer destruction and devastation on the ground, and because it was such a busy time of the day, early morning in Manhattan, we do know that the security services had sealed off the area around the trade towers, but I'm afraid to say that it does seem that the casualty toll will have climbed disastrously if the second tower has collapsed, because there will have been hundreds, possibly thousands of people within the vicinity of that tower.
And we're seeing layer upon layer of tragedy here. The original planes that went into the World Trade Centers were apparently themselves hijacked. At least one of them was. The latest news we've got is that it was an American Airlines plane, possibly with a number of passengers on it, which went straight into the top of the World Trade Center. Then we're seeing the World Trade Center on fire at a very busy time of the morning, full of office workers. One of the blocks collapsed. We don't know to what extent it was successfully evacuated before it happened. So scenes of extraordinary carnage and scenes of extraordinary destruction in New York at the World Trade Center, one of the landmarks of the Manhattan skyline. Over in Washington, another attack, this time against the US government itself. We've got pictures from the Pentagon. Close by to the Pentagon, another plane, possibly also hijacked, went into or near the Pentagon. Smoke billowing from there. The fires appear to be out of control. We don't yet know whether there have been any casualties. One can only imagine. The word from Washington is that the White House, the Pentagon, and all government offices have been evacuated. All planes in the United States have been grounded and airports have been shut down. The United States has really gone into emergency mode now, hasn't it, Jim?
Yes, and the extraordinary thing is that because of the extent of these attacks, these disasters, I think there's an overload of the emergency services, and of course the news, the information that is emerging from both New York and Washington has been restricted as a result. I think they are working flat out just to try and get to grips with the scale of these disasters. So we're unable to know, we can't tell you yet what the extent of the casualties is. This is the very first few minutes, the first hour of these events taking place. But it's impossible to say at the moment how the emergency services are dealing with these twin strikes. It seems that the New York World Trade Center attack has now been complicated by the collapse or partial collapse of one of those towers. You can see by the extent of the thick cloud of smoke that's enveloping the entire area that emergency work by the fire services, by the rescue services, must be difficult, if not impossible. Reaching up to the very top of those towers, it's difficult to say. There have been helicopters on the scene, but of course now their job has been further complicated by that the sheer thick weight of that smoke enveloping the two towers, or what's left of them.
This is the second major attack against the World Trade Center. The first was in 1993, a bomb attack by Islamic militants. What we haven't ever seen before, though, is a major attack against the Pentagon in Washington, the heart of the US government. It will shake up Washington considerably, won't it, Jim?
You can't think of a more direct hit into striking at the very heart of US government, apart from, of course, the White House itself. And it's for that reason, I'm sure, that although President Bush is not in the White House, he's been in Florida this morning. That's for that very reason that the White House and all other government buildings in Washington have been evacuated. I think the US administration must now be thinking what other possible targets must be looming up if the heart of its defense establishment has now been hit, plus the two twin towers, the symbol of US financial business in the United States and around the world. I think they will be thinking now whether or not there are other targets that have been selected.
And there are concerns about the United Nations headquarters in New York as well. Joining us from New York is the BBC's Greg Barrow. Greg, what's the latest information you have?
Well, not much to add, only that we're witnessing the collapse of those two World Trade Center towers that were hit this morning, and huge amounts of smoke and debris billowing out from the bottom of those buildings, spreading down the streets 2 or 3 blocks around that area. So a whole area, several hundred meters in circumference, has now been affected by this explosion. And one can only imagine the scenes at the bottom there when this happened, as the emergency services were trying to evacuate those buildings.
A job made extremely difficult by the sheer amount of smoke.
Yes, and we should also mention the time that this attack took place. This was one of the busiest times of the morning, rush hour, as people were going to work in one of the most heavily populated areas, cities in America. So the problems that those emergency services are facing are just huge.
We're just looking at a lone helicopter battling against the clouds above the World Trade Center. The emergency services must be extremely stretched.
Yes, I think visibility down there is just one of the many problems. Also the concern that maybe the second tower could go tumbling down. These two of the tallest buildings in the world, when they fall, the amount of bricks and mortar and glass and debris cascading down in a very, very densely populated area is bound to cause yet more casualties. So I think the main aim of the emergency services at the moment is to get as many people as possible away from those buildings.
Any word from the local hospitals, Greg?
Not yet. I think that they will just be sort of completely overburdened with the immediate injuries. I think one of the greatest difficulties is getting people through the traffic and through the streets and to those emergency services as quickly as possible. I think you can probably see the huge crowds of people in that area, which will only impede efforts to get the injured to hospital.
The picture in New York there. There's also been an attack in Washington. We've got reports that there's been a second attack at the Pentagon earlier. These pictures are from New York, I believe. We saw earlier that one of the towers of the World Trade Center had collapsed. There are considerable fears about whether the second tower will be able to stand up for much longer, and that is, of course, hampering the efforts of the rescue services. About 9 o'clock this morning, we saw 2 planes going straight into the World Trade Center, and you can see the picture there, smoke still billowing, the fire's completely out of control. It's making the job of the rescue services extremely difficult. We've seen a few helicopters trying to get to the scene, but visibility must be extremely difficult for them. Jim Fish is with me here. Jim, we're not getting very much information at the moment as to injuries, as to the number of people that may have been caught up in this terrible, terrible accident, this terrible incident.
It's difficult enough for the emergency services to actually gain access to the sites of these terrible events. Particularly in New York, the pictures we're looking at, you can see now the thick pall of smoke that's enveloping the scene. One of the other problems there, of course, is that these fumes will be extremely toxic. That'll mean that only people with proper breathing apparatus will be able to get anywhere near the rescue work. I think that's probably going to be restricting work as well.
We've got an eyewitness here telling us about the scene there at the World Trade Center in New York.
Complete mayhem, but everybody, few people took charge and they kept calm and kept moving people down. So thank God. Halwani Tariq.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
A warning to the US, that eyewitness said. You can see people looking up to the skies in disbelief in the United States, in New York. The World Trade Center there almost entirely obliterated by smoke. Only one tower is still standing. The other has been brought down by an astonishing suicide bomb attack. Twin suicide missions by 2 planes, one of which at least appears to have been a hijacked United Airways 737. You can see the skyline over New York is just a mass of cloud. A lone helicopter trying to find its way in It happened at one of the busiest times, at the 9 o'clock morning rush hour, and it's still not apparent who attacked, who is responsible for this scene of carnage. Over in Washington, there were scenes at the Pentagon, similar scenes, smoke billowing out because the Pentagon, the US Defense Headquarters, was also under attack. One, possibly two plane attacks. The BBC's Stephen Speech is there. Does it look as if there have been two attacks on the Pentagon, Stephen?
So far, I think we're talking about one. Now, that may change, but at the moment, it seems to have been just the one aircraft. I mean, I'm saying just one aircraft. I mean, it is an extraordinary event for an aircraft to crash, it seems, next to the Pentagon. It appears the building itself was not hit. The reports we're getting is that there was a huge explosion which threw people off their feet inside the Pentagon. That's according to US officials and eyewitnesses. And they're talking about an airliner, so we're talking about a large vehicle, a large plane crashing near the Pentagon, it seems just by a helicopter launch pad. And the one reporter who happened to be inside the building at the time, she's been quoted as saying that she was thrown to the ground by the force of the blast.
Eyewitness just coming up now.
There are the press agents and everybody else that went the other way as everybody else went this way.
When you saw this collapse taking place, could you see if there were a lot of people on the ground near the building as it was happening?
No, I was further north than you were, but I was dead looking at 6th Avenue, the view you see of both towers as you come down 6th Avenue.
Right.
So, and most of this fallout stops about there.
An eyewitness to the World Trade Center attack, an extremely audacious terrorist attack against the World Trade Centers in New York. Jim Fish, the BBC's Jim Fish, has the latest information.
We are now getting more information about what may have happened, may have led up to these incidents, these attacks. General Richard Myers, who's the Vice Chairman of the US Joint Chiefs of Staff, has been reported by one of the news agencies, Associated Press, as saying that one hijacked plane was known about by officials heading from the New York area to Washington. Of course, they wouldn't have had time if that was the aircraft that hit close to the Pentagon. They obviously didn't have time to give out an alert. The other two aircraft, it's possible we have one unnamed US official saying that one was hijacked after takeoff from Boston, and a third was hijacked from Newark, New Jersey.
Let's just listen to what this eyewitness in New York is saying.
And we looked out at it, all of a sudden, boom, it seemed like it wasn't even real. And we came running over here closer to the place, and all of a sudden we saw the other explosion. I don't know. You know, that's all I saw. I saw a couple of people jumping out of the other building. I've seen 2 or 3 people jump out of the building. The first one, I don't know if that's number 1 tower, number 2 tower. It's unreal.
Gotta move back. Panic on the streets of New York there, people running away from the vicinity of the World Trade Center, where earlier 2 planes slammed into the sides of the twin towers of the World Trade Center. They're clearly being sent as far away as possible. Scenes of fear and pandemonium in New York. As you can see, the twin towers, one is already down, the other is billowing with smoke, the fire still out of control. That people should be as close as this is perhaps rather worrying. It happened in the middle of the 9 o'clock rush hour, and you can see that the police are trying to clear the streets and get people as far away from the building as possible. Perhaps they're worried that the second twin tower might collapse. We saw the first come down with a terrible bang. You can see the fire still raging. Let's just hear what this man has to say.
I was in B tower. A tower.
What floor were you on?
B1.
What floor?
First one.
What happened? Tell me.
When a big explosion happened, some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
Anything else that you saw? Were you there for the second hit by the plane?
About 10 minutes later, the second building went off.
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it. It just blew up. A big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere. People jumping out. People just kept jumping and jumping and jumping. And you could still see they were alive because they were flailing around.
The FBI has already stepped in to investigate. It could be possibly a terrorist strike.
It could be. It could be because it was the first one went off and then 10 minutes later this just blew up out of nowhere.
Hard to think that that would just be accidental.
No, I don't think it would be accidental.
Back it up, folks. Back it up. Back it up. Take point. Kenny?
Johanneman.
Spell your name.
Johannenemannen.
And you were working there?
Yes, I was right there.
Eyewitness
I was down in the
telling what
basement.
he saw, a huge fireball at the World Trade Center as two planes slammed into the side of these twin towers in the bottom of Manhattan. The security personnel were trying to move them along. The streets of New York are being cleared, possibly for fear that the second twin tower will come down. Earlier we saw one of the towers collapse in an enormous thud of debris and smoke. It's an extremely dangerous situation still in the scenes in the streets of New York. In Washington, meanwhile, there's been an attack just near the Pentagon. These are pictures of New York. You can see FBI personnel trying to clear the streets. The FBI are investigating these attacks. The US President has said that those responsible will be hunted down and brought to justice. But that's a long way off yet. At the moment, the most important thing is simply trying to stabilize the situation, putting out the fires, and helping the many hundreds of people who have been caught up in one of the most audacious attacks in the United States. You can see just how upset and shocked people are. It happened at one of the busiest times.
Bang! And then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess, because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know. And I don't know, everybody just doesn't know where to go. They won't let, everything is blocked off. You can't even, they're telling us to get out, but there's nowhere to go. And then I heard that another plane hit, and if you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh my God.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
The panic of an eyewitness at the World Trade Center, talking about people jumping out of the windows of the World Trade Center to try and escape the collapsing World Trade Center as a result of two suicide plane attacks. Joining us from Washington is Stephen Speech. There's also been an attack near to the Pentagon, the US Defense Headquarters. Stephen, what can you tell us?
It seems that a large aircraft, it's being described as an airliner, crashed into just near the Pentagon, near the west side of the Pentagon, near a helicopter launch pad, or on a helicopter launch pad. There was a big explosion. Eyewitnesses and officials say they were thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. It appears there have been some injuries. One news agency, AFP, is talking about 7 injuries. No reports of any fatalities from that incident here in Washington. But the Pentagon's been evacuated, the White House evacuated, and various other government buildings. So a sense of a great shock and great alertness here in Washington.
And presumably all the airports in the United States have been grounded as a result of this. 3 planes apparently hijacked.
Well, certainly, yes, at least one of them hijacked, we think. And yes, commercial flights have been completely suspended throughout the country. We're also getting reports that Virgin Atlantic have cancelled their flights actually into the country. So it seems that international flights may also be affected. I mean, it's hard to overstate the magnitude of this, both in terms of the terrible tragedy in New York, and also just in terms of the symbolic power of these attacks on such prominent targets by some very, very determined people.
Stephen Speech in Washington. So at least one of the planes that went into the World Trade Center appears to have been hijacked. We don't really know much about the other 2. There's been an attack on the other World Trade Center and also the Pentagon, near to the Pentagon in Washington, the defense headquarters. Who is responsible? That is still unclear. The Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine have denied being behind the attack.
The DFLP has no relation to this accident or this incident. We have always been against terroristic actions. against civilian targets, and especially outside the occupied territories. But in spite of that, we deny our responsibility, but we call upon the American administration to review their attitude and their policy towards the Palestinian question, because this policy arouses the anger and the hatred of our people and of all Arab and Islamic peoples, and it's liable actually to harm the interests of the United States in our region, and therefore it has to be reviewed.
Denial from the Palestinian group, the DFLP, that it was responsible for attacking the World Trade Center. We've also got reports coming through that a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department in Washington. That's according to senior law enforcement officials. Let me just remind you, there have been several attacks on the nerve centers of the US administration. We're looking at pictures from New York of the World Trade Center, which at 9 a.m. this morning came under attack by 2 planes. You can see the fire engines there trying to put out the fire. It's been raging for over an hour at the moment, and still no sign of it coming under control. The first plane went in at about 9 o'clock. A short while later, another aircraft appears to have crashed near the Pentagon in Washington. The White House and Capitol in Washington have been evacuated. These are apparently terrorist attacks. That's what the US President George Bush called them. A US official, citing a transmission from one of the planes, said that the first plane that crashed into the World Trade Center was hijacked after takeoff from Boston. The Federal Aviation Authority has grounded all planes for the moment and closed all airports. All the major road links into New York have also been closed. We have no word yet at the moment on the extent of injuries from the attacks. This report from Mike Wooldridge.
This was the second of the 2 explosions. A plane comes in from the right of the picture and appears to be about to pass behind the South Tower. Next comes a huge explosion with debris showering out from the tower and down towards the streets below. The upper floors of this tower then become immediately obscured by the billowing smoke. This was just a few minutes after there'd been another explosion near the top of the North Tower. Eyewitnesses said this tower appeared to be struck by a plane that came in low and then hit the building at a slight angle. Again, within seconds, the upper floors were consumed by flames and smoke. As panic erupted at ground level in New York's financial center at the start of the business day, the city and the country tried to make sense of it. Many of those who'd seen it happen said they were assuming these were planes that had flown deliberately into the 2 landmark buildings. It was simply hard to believe otherwise. The aircraft seemed to make no attempt to swerve away from the towers. As news of the casualties began to come in, the administration firmed up this growing belief that it seemed to be a terrorist attack. The FBI said it was investigating reports that 2 planes had been hijacked before the attack. And then, as New Yorkers were watching it all happen again, the towers were struck by bombers in 1993. Less than an hour later came unconfirmed reports that something similar may have happened at the Pentagon in Washington. There were reports of an explosion at the heart of the US defense establishment, and this was the scene afterwards. The White House was evacuated too. Mike Wooldridge, BBC News.
So these are the pictures now. It's Nick Gowing replacing Nisha Pillay, and you can see still the plumes of smoke. We do have news that a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. Most offices of state in Washington have now been evacuated. The Pentagon is now very much subject to a major fire and emergency alert. There you have pictures in downtown New York. In the area, I think, from what I can see, near the World Trade Center, one of the towers has collapsed. Both towers have now collapsed. We gather this is within about an hour and a half of the towers being hit by a hijacked plane, which has been confirmed as an American Airlines plane, which had set off from Boston bound for Los Angeles. American Airlines 11 according to authorities in Boston. The Federal Aviation Administration has now grounded all planes right across the United States, fearful of what might happen next and what other intentions those who've coordinated this attack might have. President Bush, who was speaking down in Sarasota in Florida, called this an apparent terrorist attack. That's literally as the news was coming through. This is the scene now from downtown New York. One can imagine the chaos there, but also this is going to have a massive effect on the infrastructure of the United States on the eastern seaboard. There, the Pentagon, you can still see the smoke rising from one part. Apparently the airliner hit the helicopter pad, which is just across the main freeway from the Potomac River. Eyewitnesses saw the tail of the plane go into that helicopter pad, which is just outside one of many doors in the Pentagon, which of course is the Defense Department. That is only one small part of the Pentagon, because below ground, if my memory serves me correct, there are at least 7 floors. This was built expecting some kind of nuclear attack one day, and that's where the most heavily defended and protected parts of the Pentagon are, well down deep into the bowels of Virginia there, across the river. Here we have the center of New York. Not only the World Trade Center, but reports saying the UN headquarters has been evacuated, with people being ushered down into the basement of the UN headquarters, which is a little bit uptown from the World Trade Center, which is right down on the southern tip of Manhattan. Well, let's go to another witness of the World Trade Center attack, and he said he saw people jumping from the building.
And we looked out at it, all of a sudden, boom, it seemed like it wasn't even real. And we came running over here closer to the place, and all of a sudden we saw the other explosion. I don't know. You know, that's all I saw. I saw a couple of people jumping out of the other building. I've seen 2 or 3 people jump out of the building. The first one, I don't know if that's number 1 tower, number 2 tower. It's unreal.
Downtown New York there, and there the scene across Manhattan. A scene where, in normal times, you'd expect to see at least 2 towers of the World Trade Center. They have now both collapsed following the hijack of at least 1 aircraft, which was flown directly into one of the towers. That collapsed about 40 minutes ago. The second one collapsed a few minutes ago. There's the shot of the southern tip of Manhattan. Over to Washington to Stephen Sveach. Stephen, what do you have?
Well, the latest is that in addition to the attack on the Pentagon, the fire there, the airliner crashing into the helicopter launch pad, there has been a car bomb outside the State Department, the headquarters of US foreign policy. The building's been evacuated. We don't have reports of any casualties. President Bush, who has been in Florida this week, is heading back to Washington. And we also have, this is quoting the CBS television network, this is to give some idea of potentially the scale of the tragedy in New York. CBS are saying that of the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center, one was from Boston, the other was from Dallas, and it's possible that on board there may have been 150 people.
Now, what is the scene in Washington at the moment? Can you see out across to the smoke across the Potomac and the level of smoke which is coming from there?
It's difficult for me here in the studio to see that, but I think a sense of great shock here in Washington. So far it seems that in terms of casualties, we don't have anything like the sort of tragedy that's unfolding in New York. But in terms of the explosion that went off at the Pentagon, knocked people to the ground, car bomb at the State Department, I think a lot of government buildings, if not all of them, have been evacuated. Certainly the Capitol, the Congress building up on the Hill, the State Department, the White House, the Pentagon, the Treasury, all those seem to have been evacuated. And I wouldn't be surprised if all the other government buildings have been evacuated too.
Now, Stephen, in recent years, certainly the Secret Service, the FBI, and all the intelligence agencies have insisted that there be much better protection from ground attacks, certainly, against those who might wish to drive or try to drive up to the White House, Congress, or whatever. But clearly this is not enough in this kind of situation.
Well, we know that the United States, some people would say that they're obsessed with security here, but clearly, however far you take security precautions, one has to ask the question, is it ever going to be enough? We know that President Bush wants to defend the United States from attack by missiles with his missile defense program. Some people think that's possible, others think it isn't. But when you have people who are absolutely determined to carry out these attacks, determined, it seems, to lose their own lives in the process, it really does make us ask the question, how far is it possible to avoid incidents like this? Planes can fly at low altitudes, they can avoid detection by radar. We had the incident 20 years ago, this is going back some way in time, where a young German pilot flew into Moscow, into Red Square, after flying right through Soviet air defenses. And it seems that even today it's still quite possible for that sort of thing to happen. So of course we're going to have people raising the issue of greater security here. But as I say, we have to ask the question, is that possible to really totally protect these buildings?
Now, for those of you who are just joining BBC World at this point and wondering if you're watching an unreal scene, this is real scene from downtown New York, shortly after this plane crashed into the World Trade Center. It had been hijacked a short time earlier on a trip, we believe, from Boston. We understand it was an American Airlines plane en route from Boston to Los Angeles, flight American Airlines 11, and that was what began what has been a cataclysmic 2 hours in the United States, because a second plane was hijacked, a third plane was hijacked close to Washington and has been flown into an area which is just to the side of the Pentagon, across the river from the White House, Congress, the executive buildings, the Treasury buildings, the World Bank, and all the main offices of state. That a reminder of the terrible incident which began this trigger, this timetable of dreadful events across the east coast of America. There is the Pentagon, the southern part of the defense headquarters, the brain of the American political, at least, defense system. Of course, they have a large number of bunkers and other secure areas scattered right across the United States, down in Florida, Cheyenne Mountain, across in Colorado, many other secure areas, and indeed there are provisions within the American procedures for the President, Secretary of State, and others to take shelter along with those who have to make the critical decisions. Here the scene on the ground in New York, and not that I'm there, but it does look as if you can see, you can get a sense of the enormous amounts of dust and debris and everything else which have been blown and literally across in a typhoon from the bottom of the World Trade Center after first the first tower, then the second tower collapsed at the bottom of Manhattan. That distinct landmark at the bottom of Manhattan. And that's the scene in what is left in that area alongside the World Trade Center. Ola Gerin, our correspondent, is joining me from Jerusalem. Ola, how is this being viewed from the Middle East?
Well, there's an enormous sense of shock here. People have been glued to their television screens with mounting horror, watching the events unfold. I should say that it's still in no way clear that the events taking place in the United States are at all connected to this region, although obviously that must be the fear, and there's a great deal of speculation of that kind. We did earlier on have one anonymous claim of responsibility that was made to a television station in Abu Dhabi, and a caller claiming to represent a radical Palestinian faction, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, claimed that they had carried out the hijackings and they had attacked the World Trade Center. Now, I should stress that since then, official spokesmen for that organization have been at pains to say that they were not involved. They issued statement saying that they were against hijacking planes and against endangering the lives of civilians who were not connected to the struggle here in this region. We have been receiving reports in the last 10 minutes or so of celebrations taking place in Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon, and also of impromptu celebrations taking place on the West Bank. And I think that's something that isn't a great surprise. Many Palestinians here do regard America as being pro-Israeli and will often express anti-American sentiments, but I don't think we can extrapolate too much from that at this stage.
Now, all stand by, because I've got more disturbing news that, according to reports reaching us from Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, another large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania. That is according to news agency reports quoting officials from Somerset County Airport. I can't tell you precisely where Somerset County is, but just to say, these are unconfirmed reports from western Pennsylvania, from Somerset County, that another large plane, and that means, from what we know at the moment, that means there have been 4 aircraft hijackings, apparently synchronized, attacking, so far as we can see there, the enduring symbols of American power, many of which have now been evacuated. The president has been down in Florida. Now, the first event was just before 9 o'clock on the World Trade Center. There you can see the images from a helicopter of the smoke billowing across the lower Hudson River, across towards the Statue of Liberty. And we've got the eyewitness view of a man who was in B Tower of what was then the World Trade Center.
I was in B Tower.
B Tower?
A Tower.
What floor were you on?
B1.
What floor?
First one.
What happened? Tell me.
When a big explosion happened, some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
Anything else that you saw? Were you there for the second hit by the plane?
About 10 minutes later, the second building went off.
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it. It just blew up. A big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere. People jumping out. People just kept jumping and jumping and jumping. And you could still see they were alive because they were flailing around.
The FBI has already stepped in to investigate. It could be possibly a terrorist strike.
It could be. It could be, because the first one went off, and then 10 minutes later, this just blew up out of nowhere.
Hard to think that that would just be accidental.
No, I don't think it would be accidental.
Back it up, folks.
Well, there you've got a glimpse in the background of what was then one of the towers of the World Trade Center. Both the main towers have now collapsed less than 2 hours after an aircraft which had been hijacked from Boston was flown directly into one of the towers. Jane Stanley in New York.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, Jane. Tell us what you have where you are at the moment in New York City.
It's complete and utter chaos, panic and terror. People cannot believe that this has happened. They watched the initial events unfold even less than 2 hours ago, and now one of the enduring symbols of New York is no more. The 2 towers of the World Trade Center have collapsed. People are desperately trying to find their family members, but the telephones largely don't work. All cellular phones are knocked out. There were 50,000 people working in the World Trade Center. Many of them, the majority of them, had arrived at work this morning, and people are unaware of many of their whereabouts.
Now, Jane, let's just put this into, it's terrible enough at the moment, let's put it into even worse perspective. What we're talking about there is essentially the scenes we're seeing at the moment covering the whole of the Wall Street area and beyond. And much of American business orientates around this whole area, into which the rubble of the World Trade Center has now collapsed, along with telecommunications and who knows what else.
Indeed, and you can imagine some of that rubble falling even at the first impact and the second impact on the trade towers just before 9 o'clock in the morning New York time, and a very busy time. A lot of people already in their offices in that area, and the streets packed with people. You can barely get down those streets on a busy day, and the rubble was falling 110 floors, and people were falling as well, as they were desperately, some people trying to jump out of the windows of the World Trade Center as as it was on fire. Now those buildings are no more. New York's famous skyline doesn't look the same. I don't think New York feels the same place. People are incredibly frightened of what might happen next. They're hearing stories from Washington, of course, where there's been the attack on the Pentagon. Now we're hearing of a car bomb at the State Department. They're asking what next. And people want to go. They want to get out of this city. All the bridges and tunnels to Manhattan are closed. The airports are closed. There's a feeling of America almost under siege here. Ordinary people just don't know what to do.
It's almost as if someone had written a film script and no one would ever have believed it before.
You couldn't have put it better, actually, Nick, because when I first saw this first thing this morning, I couldn't believe it, and I couldn't believe anything so horrific and so astonishing as a sight to be seen. And then, of course, this whole series of events has just unfolded more and more. Clearly, a very well-planned, very well-coordinated attack. The hijacking of the American airliners flight, we now know, Flight 11 from Boston to New York. No one knows how many passengers yet. That hasn't been confirmed. Were on that plane, the plane that crashed into the World Trade Center towers. I mean, it's almost Orson Welles, isn't it?
We're now seeing the courthouse down in Lower Manhattan, Jane. Are you able, I know you've been talking to us and our other BBC colleagues elsewhere, but can you give us a sense of what the radio stations and television stations are telling people what to do now, and the police?
Well, the police were just desperately trying to get people evacuated out of the immediate area. I mean, clearly fearing that the World Trade Center Twin Towers would collapse, and indeed they were proved right. And another building next to the World Trade Center has also collapsed. But I haven't been able to listen to the local stations, I'm afraid. The local television stations are running this in very American style as a drama. I think they're just going from minute to minute as we are. It's, as I said, it's less than 2 hours since this first attack, and New York just devastated, and scenes of terror and devastation in Washington as well.
Jane, we'll be back with you as soon as we can be for news of what the police and others are now warning about what people should do in New York, both in New York and obviously beyond into New York State. Let's now go south to Washington, where the Pentagon has already been hit by a hijacked aircraft, where I'm joined again by Stephen Sweech. Stephen, a car bomb outside the State Department, many of the agencies being evacuated. What's the latest?
Yes, car bomb outside the State Department, and on a bigger scale, this attack on the Pentagon. Now, I was talking earlier about the airliner, it seems, having come down just beside the Pentagon, but I've just been looking at pictures from the ABC network, which show part of the Pentagon apparently having collapsed, and that part of the building also on fire. So it seems that part of the Pentagon has indeed been hit by something. If not by that airline, then by something. Too soon to talk about another explosion, but again, the magnitude of what's going on in Washington becoming a little bit bigger, I think.
Now, just stand by, because news agencies, we have to say there is, I think, the second tower collapsing, the World Trade Center tower collapsing. It did so about half an hour ago. That is in New York. And as we watch again with horror that image, wondering how many people are up there, how many people are underneath, how many people may have survived, how many people from the rescue services were underneath, fire tenders and so on, I have to report to you that more detail is coming in of the plane which we gather has crashed in western Pennsylvania. The AP news agency is reporting that a large plane, believed to be a 767, a Boeing 767, crashed at about 10 o'clock local time. That's about 50 minutes ago, about 8 miles east of Jennerstown. That's according to the 911, which is the emergency service dispatchers, reported by local television stations. The airport is about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, and that is the latest we have of what appears, from what we know at this moment, to be a fourth plane which appears to have been hijacked with what one has to describe now as some kind of evil intent. Now, what's important to remember is that about an hour and 20 minutes ago, the Federal Aviation Administration, which administers all airspace inside and over North America and certainly the United States, grounded all planes, issued a nationwide order that all planes should be grounded and none should take off, fearing, of course, that something much worse, if that's at all possible, might be threatening. So there we have the scene of downtown, the southern tip of Manhattan. On the left, well, now you can see the human cost for anyone, whether you're a civilian who tried to get to work or someone from the emergency services. These images coming in, and we switch immediately from New York to the Pentagon, where we've just heard from Stephen that part of the Pentagon, that above ground, was demolished, has been demolished, has collapsed. Just for those of you joining us, wondering if you're watching an unreal scene or a film, this is actually reality in Washington. There, the image of the Pentagon, the Defense Department, across the river from the White House. That's the image on the left. And on the right, although we're jumping around, just let me finish what was happening in the Pentagon. A large plane apparently hit the helicopter. There we have it, the helicopter pad, which is just outside, located outside the Pentagon, the five-sided building that is the nerve center of the American defense establishment and the enormous assets of the American superpower. Just to confirm, this, as far as we know, was the third plane which was hijacked and was then flown directly in to the Pentagon. The second and first planes were involved in incidents around the World Trade Center. One of them was hijacked, and the image showed the plane, an American Airlines plane, en route from Boston to Los Angeles, American Airlines 11, flying through the World Trade Center. There is that appalling, horrifying image. The kind of thing we only thought up to now was probably in the imagination of film directors. But this is, I have to underline, reality. These are pictures coming in as I speak, and pictures, it looks to me like downtown Washington on Lafayette Square, across from the White House. There, if I see correctly, you can see one of the main entrances across Lafayette Square, where a large number of anti-terrorist devices, enormous pillars and other devices have been erected in recent years to stop car bombs being driven at high speed into the White House. There it looks to me like the top of the White House. And this, the fountains inside the main garden. These pictures are coming to you, I think, if I read them correctly, from just outside the White House. Of course, the White House, literally within 3 or 4 miles of Reagan Airport, Ronald Reagan Airport, formerly National Airport, which is the way in and out for congressmen, all the big businessmen, and so on.
I'm praying for all of us. I am.
This video is arriving at BBC World Raw, and so we're just giving and transmitting it to you as it comes in. Images around the White House, around Lafayette Square. The White House, we gather, has been evacuated, although I think we did see some Secret Service officials on top. Now, one of the interesting things, of course, is that a few years ago there was a man with a light plane who tried to fly in to the White House.
Not just for my convenience, but for probably the hundreds of people that have already died. It's shocking.
But I'm frustrated with the country as a whole that we don't take a strong stand against terrorism. This had to happen. As long as we're going to let people off the hook in the Mideast, Iraq, Iran, and places like that, when they blow up buildings in Beirut and places like that, if we don't take a strong stand, this is going to continue. And it was just a matter of time.
That raises an important point. Terrorism has finally come to the United States in a way which American officials have long feared and dreaded. It's the doomsday scenario. It always seemed to stop at the American Eastern Seaboard. It always happened elsewhere. And now that is the very human reaction of someone in downtown Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, to what has happened. Now, although it seems a bit unreal to even read this to you, because of the horror of what we're seeing in the Pentagon and we've been seeing at the World Trade Center, and downtown, there we have it, downtown Manhattan, the southern tip, all the blocks in southern Manhattan, we were hearing from Jane Stanley a short time ago, the place paralyzed by disaster, human tragedy, and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Harvey Pitt has said that the U.S. securities market has decided not to open for trading after the aircraft crashed into buildings in New York and Washington. He did say in a statement, and I quote, that trading will resume as soon as is practicable to do so. But one has to underline that much of Wall Street and the dealers in the United States, right, we're going to Yasser Arafat, who is now speaking
to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Thank you. There we had commiserations, expressions of regret from a very somber looking, that from the Reuters news agency in Jerusalem. Yasser Arafat being interviewed, offering a few words of horror himself at what has happened. And there we see, just to underline what Harvey Pitt, the US Securities and Exchange Commission chairman, has said a few minutes ago, that normal trading will resume as soon as it's practicable to do so. But underneath all that smoke down there is what we loosely call in two words Wall Street, which is the heart of the financial services of the United States.
Reuters television. What do you think about what you're seeing?
It's just awful. It's incredible. It's just, I can't imagine how many people are dead. Just the most amazing situation. It's awful. I hope they can figure out a way to get to terrorists, because it's got to stop. Amazing. So I don't know, not much is being said about people on the ground, but that was a hell of an explosion when the building collapsed. It appeared to collapse. I mean, think about it. You know, one tower of the World Trade Center collapsing on top of all the people on the ground. So I wish they would come up with some kind of thoughts about what's going on the ground. Millions, I mean thousands of people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands are going to be touched by this. So it's the worst. Never seen anything like it. I mean, Kansas City, less than 200 people. This is going to be thousands.
Where are you from?
I'm from New Jersey.
Okay, and what's your name, please?
Karen Furman.
How do you spell it?
F-U-R-M-A-N.
These are the very human reactions of what you're seeing in front of you. Can I just confirm now that according to United Airlines, an official in Paris said one of the two planes that crashed into what were the two twin towers of New York's landmark World Trade Center was a Boeing 737 from United Airlines.
And one World Trade Center hit somewhere on the 67th floor. I was on the 56th.
And was it chaos trying to come down the steps?
Yes.
What was it like? Describe it for us.
Everybody was on top of each other trying to come down, and then somebody finally calmed the crowd down to get them to come down the stairs in an orderly fashion and get them out of the building.
And what just happened now?
The building just came down. One of them, I don't know which one came down. I don't know if it was one or two.
What did you start doing when that happened?
Running. Like everybody else, but trying to calm the people down while they were running, because I told them this is how people get hurt. Is that when they start trying to, you know, get out of the way, and it's just crazy. I just thank God I made it down from 56.
What's your name?
My name is Debbie.
Debbie, your last name?
Troy.
Troy, and where do you work?
I work at...
Now, just to confirm, let's clarify where we've got to. We were heard that two United Airlines planes, had been hijacked and hit the tower. We now know that one of them was American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. The second was United Airlines Boeing 737. Now, joining me here in the studio is Stephen Simon, who was a counterterrorism expert. You still are, Stephen Simon, and you were in President Clinton's National Security Council until 1999. You were planning, you were assessing intelligence, fearing something one day like this might happen in your National Security Council. Is this the doomsday scenario?
Nick, this is about as close to the doomsday scenario as could be contemplated. I'm a bit shook up at the moment. This is a devastating thing. But yes, attack by air was contemplated. It's obviously an extremely difficult thing, if not an impossible thing, to counter.
Okay. Now, were you expecting that one day something like this would happen? Did you have the systems in place to ever stop this? Were they planned for?
The question really, Nick, is how one stops it. It is actually, and under these circumstances, perversely true that it is illegal to destroy a civilian aircraft in flight. It simply cannot be done. So even if it were known that these planes were on a trajectory headed into these buildings, it would have been a problematic scenario.
Right. Stephen, wait one moment, because we can go live to Washington, to Johnny Diamond in Washington, one of our correspondents there. Johnny, can you just update me on what you know about what is happening around the White House?
Well, what we understand now is that much of official Washington has been evacuated. This is because of what have been reports of 3 explosions in the US Capitol. One, which we have obviously confirmed, you've almost certainly seen pictures of. The Pentagon has been attacked. A plane has gone into one side of it. Part of the building has collapsed. There are flames visible in the rest of the building. There are unconfirmed reports of a car bomb outside the State Department, which obviously houses the US Foreign Affairs Department, and also reports of an explosion on the US Capitol, which houses the US Congress. Much of official Washington is now abandoned, evacuated, effectively paralyzed. Staff have been sent home, and security measures are being put in across the US Capitol now. President Bush was supposed to be going back to the White House, journeying back from Florida when he heard about the World Trade Center. That won't be happening anymore. The White House has been evacuated. The security service is patrolling the grounds. We also hear, as you've probably heard, that all flights have been grounded within the United States. Having said that, there are reports, and I can stress there are all kinds of reports now going around, that a second plane is apparently heading for Washington. Completely unconfirmed report, but one which, as you can imagine, is most unhappy news for the authorities struggling to control the situation here in the nation's capital.
Right. Thank you very much, Johnny. And just to underline, Stephen Simon, who worked in the National Security Council on this very issue, said there is no ability to actually shoot down a civilian aircraft. This is what he just told me a moment ago. He's sitting in the studio with me. Let's now go to Rob Watson, who's up Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House in Congress. Rob, go ahead. What's the scene there?
Well, scenes of complete chaos, really, and total gridlock, because, as Johnny Diamond was saying, all the federal buildings have been evacuated. That includes Capitol Hill, it includes all the government buildings, and of course people have just been turfed out onto the streets. Add to that, of course, all the emergency vehicles headed in all directions here in Washington, some to the Pentagon, some here to where I am, just near Capitol Hill, and I think you get some sense of the scene. I think also the streets are packed with people, everybody, of course, talking about what has happened. They seem stunned by this attack on America's capital and the attack just up the road in New York City. People just not knowing what to make of it.
Is there provision in Congress for this kind of evacuation at high speed, for something like this?
Well, it seemed to work pretty effectively, because I was standing just outside Congress when I heard a very loud explosion. Within minutes, the Capitol seemed to be completely evacuated. I spoke to a number of people who worked for Congress. They were streaming out in quite an orderly way, although of course looking rather shocked at what they'd seen and at what they'd heard. But I think the evacuation was pretty efficient.
Right, Rob Watson, thanks for joining us from Congress. Now, Stephen Simon is still with me, formerly in the National Security Council until 1999, dealing with this single issue of counterterrorism for President Clinton. What kind of provisions are in place in central Washington for this kind of event, Stephen Simon?
There are extensive provisions for evacuating official Washington. The targets, the chief targets, which are among those that have been attacked in this assault, are fairly hard targets. There is essentially no way to...
You mean physically hard targets?
Physically hard targets, yes.
Which
is to say they're difficult to attack. The White House is within an 18-acre compound.
But here we're seeing the Pentagon there, smoke rising, part of the building's destroyed. How much of the Pentagon is being destroyed here? How much is below ground?
Well, it seems to me it would be quite difficult to get very close to the Pentagon with a vehicle. It must have been an airplane.
This was a plane. This was a plane which flew into the helicopter pad. Probably a jumbo, we're told, or a large aircraft.
Well, it would have caused significant damage, but bear in mind that the Pentagon is made out of cast concrete, which would be fairly resistant to an explosion, but there is a lot of glass.
And how much deeper does that go, the Pentagon? I mean, there's, what, 6 or 7 floors, aren't there, below ground?
No, the Pentagon has a couple of basement floors. It doesn't go terribly deep underground. The sensitive facilities are all underground, of course, and I would think would be resistant to attack.
But tell me about the White House, the executive buildings around it, Lafayette Square, the Treasury Building, Congress.
Well, these are buildings that are fairly close together. They're large buildings. The White House itself, as I was saying, is in an 18-acre compound. It's in the center of it. Senior officials who were there, including the vice president, who I understand were there, would have been evacuated immediately into an underground vault, which is completely self-sustaining for a long period of time, and it's quite secure. The facility would have been locked down. The Secret Service counter-assault teams would have been activated. It would have been very, very difficult for anybody to follow up an attack by airplane with some kind of ground assault. But an attack by airplane is definitely possible, and there was one, if you recall.
I do indeed.
It must have been 6 years ago or thereabouts, a small private plane.
And the air defenses and the radar were found to be wanting, and people on duty were not as vigilant as they should have been.
Well, actually, in all honesty, I don't recall who was at fault. I do know that it's very difficult to do something about an airplane once it gets close. Again, an airplane can't really be shot down. Just can't do it.
Are you saying there are legal instruments in the United States which forbid any commercial civilian aircraft to be shot down?
Yes. And,
despite all the films which suggest it could happen.
Yes. Well, yeah, official Washington pays close attention to those films. They're quite dramatic. Back in '96, in the Olympics, there was a good deal of concern that the Olympic area would have been the subject of an airplane attack. And at that time, security officials reviewed all the regulations and laws quite carefully, and were dissuaded at the end of the day from any idea that it would be possible actually to shoot down an aircraft that, for example, was en route to an Olympic facility with the purpose of bombing it or crashing into it.
Right. Stand by, Stephen, for one moment. There have been a series of attacks on the nerve centers of the U.S. administration. 2 planes, civilian aircraft, passenger aircraft, have crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York. And then a short while later, another aircraft appears to have crashed near the Pentagon in Washington. Both of the 110-story World Trade Center towers have collapsed. Tens of thousands of people work in those buildings. It was the rush hour in the morning. There was also a plane crash of what is believed to be a Boeing 767 near a town about 80 kilometers southeast of Pittsburgh. Well, in many government buildings across the United States, including the White House and Capitol, all staff have now been evacuated. The Federal Aviation Authority has grounded all planes for and closed all airports. There's no word yet on the extent of injuries and deaths in these attacks. Here's an update from Mike Woolridge.
This was the second of the explosions. A plane comes in from the right of the picture and appears to be about to pass behind the South Tower. Next comes a huge explosion with debris showering out from the tower and down towards the streets below as the upper floors are immediately obscured by the billowing smoke. By now, the other tower, the North Tower, was already ablaze at the top as well, after being struck by another plane. Eyewitnesses said the planes made no attempt to swerve as they flew towards the buildings. New Yorkers assumed they were reliving the 1993 attack on this, one of the most famous landmarks of the capitalist world. But this was to be infinitely more audacious. There was pandemonium and panic in the streets around the Trade Center. With good reason, as it turned out, for within the hour, one of the huge 110-story towers collapsed, and the surrounding area resembled a war zone.
The first one we didn't see, but my coworker saw the plane hit number 2 World Trade, and we just saw people just falling, jumping out the window. So that's about it.
We were looking at the fire from a distance, and then we saw a few bodies, people just flying out the window. I saw at least four bodies coming through the window. It's a sad day.
But it seemed that with every passing minute there was news that heralded terrorist action on an even bigger scale. The reports of aircraft being hijacked, and then this, a plane crashing onto a helicopter landing pad close to the Pentagon in Washington, the heart of the US defense establishment. This was the scene afterwards. Later came reports of a car bomb outside the State Department. The White House was evacuated, and all planes across the country were grounded. But New York had not seen the last of the apocalyptic events there. The second of the World Trade Center towers collapsed, burying yet more of the city's financial district under rubble. It's still impossible to calculate the number of victims of these unbelievable, virtually simultaneous attacks. Mike Wooldridge, BBC News.
President George W. Bush was in Florida, and he had this to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
Well, despite earlier reports, the Democratic for the Liberation of Palestine have denied being behind the attack.
The DFLP has no relation to this accident or this incident. We have always been against terroristic actions against civilian targets, and especially outside the occupied territories. But in spite of that, we deny our responsibility, but we call upon the American administration to review their attitude and their policy towards the Palestinian question, because this policy arouses the anger and the hatred of our people and of all Arab and Islamic peoples, and it's liable actually to harm the interests of the United States in our region, and therefore it has to be reviewed.
Let's now go to Washington for the latest there to Stephen Speech. Stephen.
Well, the latest here in Washington is that a plane has crashed into the Pentagon, or at least into part of the Pentagon. Part of the building has collapsed and is on fire. We also know there's been a bomb explosion outside the State Department, a car bomb. Government buildings have been evacuated. Federal employees have flooded out into the streets. The U.S. Capitol, the Congress building, also evacuated. And meanwhile, of course, in New York, a tragedy on what seems to be a terrible scale. 2 planes have crashed into both the towers of the World Trade Center, and those 2 towers have collapsed, and it's feared with heavy loss of life.
And the scene across the nation, what's the atmosphere?
I think an atmosphere of great shock. What's happened throughout the morning here has been that one piece of bad news has followed another. So first of all, we had the attack on the World Trade Center, then developments here in Washington, and now these reports, which now have been confirmed on at least 2 news agencies, that a 747 jetliner has crashed on a flight from Chicago to New York. It's crashed in Pennsylvania. So I think a sense of great shock, people simply almost unable to believe what's going on, and a great sense of vulnerability and a sense that there is somebody out there, wherever it is, who is determined to attack US targets.
And we are getting reports, unconfirmed at this stage, that there is somewhere up there another aircraft which is heading somewhere. Stephen?
I can't confirm that. What I can tell you is that all transatlantic flights have been diverted to Canada, so no flights from across the Atlantic or from coming in to the United States at the moment. All US commercial flights have been grounded, and therefore if there is a plane out there, it will stick out like a sore thumb, and I think the authorities will be pretty worried.
There, the scene at the World Trade Center, and I have to tell you, Stephen, as the tower collapses there, the most horrendous image. And we have to think of the people who were in there and around the bottom of the building at that time, as all that rubble, masonry, steel collapsed, as you are watching it there.
Yes, I think perhaps the one element of hope, I was listening earlier to the people who had been inside the building. It seems that at least quite a lot of the people who were inside the building on the lower floors were able to make their escape after the plane attack and before the buildings collapsed. But of course there would have been people perhaps still trapped in there, and people on the ground who may have been hit, and of course it's quite possible, according to at least one TV network here, many people on board those 2 planes as well.
Stephen Sveach in Washington, thank you. You can see behind this eyewitness the towers still standing. One of the towers, those towers are no more after the impact of the 2 hijacked aircraft, both within about an hour and a half, collapsed to the ground in South Manhattan.
People jumping out. People just kept jumping and jumping and jumping. And you could still see they were alive because they were flailing around.
Now, just let me clarify something that Stephen said about transatlantic flights being diverted to Canada. It has just been reported by the Reuters news agency that Canada has now shut all airports. That's according to the Transport Ministry in Ottawa. Now, Stephen Simon, you were in the White House for 6 years. Your job was counterterrorism for President Clinton until 1999. Here you are sitting horrified watching all this. I have to ask you, was any of this preventable? Or, after all, think back to Oklahoma City. The initial assumption was this was terrorism with a Middle East connection. It was found to be Stephen McVeigh. Should we assume this is Middle East terrorism?
There are a number of possible candidates, Nick. Middle East terrorists are one of them. One thing that's obvious from this attack is that the terrorists wanted to destroy symbols of American power, authority, prestige. Leadership targets, as well as buildings that signified the financial might of the United States.
I'm talking about the coordination here, Stephen.
I just need to complete this point, which is that Timothy McVeigh represented exactly this motivation. Now, having said that, so does Osama bin Laden. And what's striking about this attack is that it was against several targets and it was coordinated in a simultaneous fashion. This is right out of bin Laden's playbook. And it's also very consistent with bin Laden's rhetoric.
But let me just press you on this, Stephen, because in the end we are talking about 4 planes apparently hijacked in a coordinated way. That's more than Timothy McVeigh, isn't it?
It is more than Timothy McVeigh. All I'm saying is that jumping to the conclusion that this is Islamic terrorism is unwarranted at this point, as tempting as it is. And I can give you reasons why it's tempting.
Please do.
I was talking about bin Laden's rhetoric. It is extremely forceful and uncompromising. A videotape was recently released. It was a hodgepodge of videotapes previously made of bin Laden. But it was assembled and distributed not long ago, and in it, bin Laden reiterated his call for jihad against the United States and reiterated his determination to strike out against American power and arrogance as he perceives these things. Secondly, there is a determination here to cause large casualties. Now, this was clearly a concern of Timothy McVeigh's, but it's also a chief concern of the groups that have gathered themselves around bin Laden to target the United States. These groups are looking to cause huge numbers of casualties, and they've tried it on a number of occasions. They've tried it against the World Trade Center, in fact. So there's another reason why one might think, well, this is in bin Laden's playbook. And then there's the coordination that we discussed a minute ago. When he attacked the embassies in East Africa, it was done in a coordinated way, and it was actually very impressive to counterterrorism officials.
And of course, some of those who were charged with the incident in Nairobi were arraigned in a court in Manhattan.
They were arraigned in a court in Manhattan. Well, it's interesting, actually, that you mentioned that court in Manhattan, because the transcripts of the East Africa bombing trial reveal connections between Ramzi Youssef, the conspirator who attempted to destroy the towers a number of years ago, with Osama bin Laden. Apparently, there was a connection there.
When you were sitting in the National Security Council, and you've said half an hour ago when you first joined us that this really is the scenario from hell, the doomsday scenario that none of you ever wanted to even contemplate, even watching it in a movie. Did you ever, before you left in 1999, see similar intent where you were able to steer the terrorists away, stop terrorism before it happened? In other words, you got wind of it.
Yeah, there was one case in particular which was extremely frightening and thwarted only at the last minute, and that was an attempt to destroy as many as 11 or 12 747s, American flag carriers, over the Pacific, more or less simultaneously. A plot dreamed up and almost brought to fruition by the very man who attempted to destroy the World Trade Center in 1994.
And when was that?
That was in '96.
So this, you're saying, we have to speculate here, fits a pattern?
Well, it does. I mean, if you look back at that plot to destroy the 747s, it was an attempt to cause as many as 4,000 casualties in different places, more or less simultaneously. So you had the coordination, the synchronization, and the attempt to generate mass casualties, and the attempt to destroy symbols of American power, and in this case, ubiquity, because American aircraft are all over the place.
Here we're seeing Palestinian celebrations somewhere in the Middle East, a degree of joy. I think I heard you correctly, and just underline this if you can, Stephen. You did say an attempt to blow up 12 jumbo jets simultaneously in the Pacific in 1996.
Yeah, that's correct.
So we've had now incidents involving 4 hijacked aircraft. This does begin to fit a pattern.
Yes, and again, in official Washington, there will, I am sure, be a reluctance to leap to the obvious conclusions. Nothing could be worse. If you start looking at the obvious suspects and miss the groups that might actually have been responsible. So I do not think that there will be a rush to judgment. Hopefully, evidence will emerge quickly on the basis of whatever knowledge can be gleaned about the actual hijackers.
Now, you keep your contacts in Washington. You're still across this kind of thing. If you had to list in bullet points for the president why someone would do what we're seeing there in South Manhattan, the World Trade Center hit by 2 hijacked planes, why would you say briefly that this has been done?
In the real world, that would not be in a memo to the president right now, because nobody would want to put down on paper or go to the president with that sort of speculation.
Well, why has this been done? What's the political advantage?
You've raised a key point, Nick. The absence of a political advantage. This kind of attack is not part of some bargaining scenario. This kind of attack isn't staged to gain leverage or to press an opponent to make certain concessions, you know, around a negotiating table. There is no, strictly speaking, political motivation here. What we're seeing here is pretty much unrefined, profound hatred and desire to kill. Now, perhaps in a certain sense that's political, but more than likely the underlying motivation is religious in some way.
Right, Stephen Simon, you've been listening to the voice of Stephen Simon, who until 1999 was President Clinton's advisor on counterterrorism in Washington in the National Security Council. And while you were speaking there, Stephen, American Airlines, the giant flag carrier in the United States, confirmed it has lost 2 aircraft with 156 people on board. We know 2 more aircraft have been involved. One was a United Airlines 737, and we believe a 4th airliner of undetermined identification has crashed 80 miles from Pittsburgh in southern Pennsylvania. Reports from the scene, from the 911 service and from the emergency services suggest it was a jumbo jet, although one other report did suggest it was a Boeing 767, which is smaller than a Boeing 747, which is the original name for a jumbo. Right, let me now go to the Middle East, to Orla Guerin in Jerusalem. Orla, it's now 2.5 hours since the first incident in southern New York. Can you tell me what the feeling is at the moment where you are?
Well, the response here really has been one of absolute shock and complete horror. People here have been watching the events unfolding on television with a sense of disbelief. We know that within the last 10 minutes or so, Israel's Prime Minister Ariel Sharon has phoned President Bush to offer his condolences. Israel is also putting together a medical team, emergency specialists from the Israeli army, who of course have plenty of experience of their own of dealing with the aftermath of terrorist attacks, and they should be on their way to the United States this evening. We've also had condemnation from the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. He described the events as completely shocking, unbelievable, said the Palestinian people too were sending their sympathy to the United States. Now, we have perhaps had a more interesting development, which is contacts taking place between the CIA and the Israeli intelligence establishment. Obviously, America is calling all its allies now, trying to find out any information that anybody may have, any kind of speculation, any hints as to who was behind this. Now, we are still in the realm of speculation. Everybody obviously is feeling around in the dark, but Israeli sources are actually pointing the finger away from Palestinian militant groups and suggesting that they attach some importance to the possibility that the Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden was involved. Israeli radio is reporting that senior sources say there was a credible threat from Osama bin Laden, that there would be a major series of attacks, unprecedented attacks, not only on American interests but also on British ones. That's the Israeli version of that story. And we do know also that journalists in London who have had close contact with Osama bin Laden, Arab journalists, say that he made this claim also to them, that he would carry out a series of spectacular attacks of the kind never seen before. So that report is being treated here with some seriousness by the Israeli defense establishment.
Orla, stand by. Let's now hear the words of Yasser Arafat when he heard the first news of the first incident at the World Trade Center in New York.
To the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Right, that's the view from the Palestinian side. Joining me now here in the BBC World studio is the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who's in London at the moment. Mr. Barak, welcome to BBC World. First, your reaction, having heard what's happened. At least 4 planes have been hijacked, and there may be more.
The world will not be the same from today on. It's an attack against our whole civilization. I don't know who is responsible. I believe we will know in 12 hours. If it is a kind of Bin Laden organization, and even if it's something else, I believe that this is the time to deploy a globally concerted effort led by the United States, the UK, Europe, and Russia against all sources of terror. The same kind of struggle that our forefathers launched against the piracy on the high seas.
In your position as Prime Minister, Defence Minister, also formerly in the Army, were you ever aware of any incident planned like this?
Not in the dimensions, but different elements where there clearly there was an attempt on the Twin Towers. A few years ago, there was an attempt to explode the Holland tunnel leading into Manhattan. But of this size and a simultaneous attack, I don't think that anyone had predicted it in advance.
Is it something that security services, intelligence services could ever have got wind of?
I'm not sure, but this is not the case. It really happened in front of our eyes, and the question is what should be done in regard to it in order to avoid it in the future. It's going to be a tough struggle. There will be many tough and painful moments along the way, but I believe that if we will coordinate diplomatic, operational, intelligence and economic activities that will not let them land at any airport and will isolate automatically any nation that is ready to host terror or support them. By doing this consistently along 6 or 10 years, we will reduce dramatically this challenge to all our way of life.
Your words, Mr. Barak, are very similar to the words used to justify missile defense in the United States, which may have taken another 10 or 15 years. Here we've seen low-tech hijacked by those with evil intent.
Yeah, I believe that it's, first of all, missile defense is also something which is clearly needed as long as there are rogue states, and it should be done, and it should be deployed maybe not on national level but only on trans-regional level to cover exactly the threat from rogue states like Iran, Iraq or Libya. But in this area we will suffer. It will not be so easy to go aboard an airplane in the near future, but we have no way but to stand firm facing terror. Otherwise all our way of life will be threatened. And to stand firm means to isolate from the world every nation that is hosting them and calling every terror thug with the accurate name and be ready with all the pains that come with it to act upon our observations.
What price might democracy have to pay, given what has happened in the last 3 hours in the United States, given what you're experiencing now in Israel, in the center of Jerusalem, from your own citizens now, with the bombing over the weekend?
There is no shortcuts. You know, our civilization is already highly vulnerable. Look at the entrances into the gates of boarding airplanes. It's a situation where it's not easy. Every simple step, crossing borders or going on a plane or on a ship, will become more complicated. But at the same time, it's a time to identify. There are no more than 5 or 6 countries in the world which are directly or indirectly responsible for hosting terror. There are no more than 10 or 15 terror thugs in the world. All the organizations are well known. The MI6 know all the information, the CIA knows, the Mossad knows it, and the same, the Ziem Bureau, the BND. And it's time for action. Facing such an attack, we cannot but act. And these terror thugs and rogue leaders are highly skillful in identifying the slightest cracks in the wheel of power or power of will of the leaders of the free world.
But let me press this point about democracy and the price democracy may have to pay, because you know very well that many passengers in the United States have long expected to be able to walk into an airport, get on a domestic aircraft unhindered within about 10 minutes of the plane taking off. Yeah. They expect that as a free country.
And it's a part of the problem that we have in a world which is so turbulent that we won't be able to isolate our advanced way of life from what happens around. And it's a time to launch a operational, concrete war against terror, even if it takes certain pains from the routine activities of our normal society.
Now, Mr. Barak, you have deep problems, great attention in the Middle East at the moment, but you've used there a war against this kind of terrorism. What can be done? Because the great thing that is talked about by people like you, diplomats, politicians, world leaders, is preventing conflict before it happens. When you talk about a war, how do you take a war or a challenge or a struggle to those who are determined, through 3 or 4 people only today, to hijack 4 planes at least, as we know, hit the Pentagon, hit the World Trade Center, try and hit, we believe, somewhere else? How do you take a war to 4 people?
I spent decades struggling terror, almost, with my 10 fingers, together with a lot of colleagues all around the world. I believe that the world intelligence community, in a concerted effort, can identify within few months the sources of this terror. They can identify the places where they are deployed on Earth. Every such a place is within certain country. Bin Laden sits in Afghanistan. There is a source of terror.
Who else do you identify, though? Because we're not saying he's responsible for this necessarily.
No, we don't say that he's necessarily responsible. We know where other terror thugs are living. We know that Ferganskaya Dolina in Central Asia is a major route for drugs, but at the same time major route for terror. And I know that President Putin is highly committed to the struggle against terror, and I feel that he should be part of this international effort. I believe that the MI6 is highly capable. You have proven it along decades. Your own skills in standing firm politically and acting pointedly, operationally against terror. And we should cooperate with
preemptively?
Both preemptive and by diplomatic means, namely rogue states. There are 5 of them: Iran, Iraq, Libya, North Korea. These kind of states should be treated as rogue states. And the same applies to even to leaders like Arafat. We've heard him just recently condemning this. I praise him for this condemnation, but he personally is responsible for many terror events that happened in the last few years. Same happened in some other capitals in the Middle East.
Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, here in BBC World. Thank you for joining us here in our studio in London. And as Mr. Barak was speaking, we were seeing live pictures there from downtown New York, from Manhattan, where we gather from local hospitals that many hundreds of people have been admitted in chaotic scenes to the hospitals with extensive burns. We gather also that, and here you're seeing live pictures from the White House. You can see there part of the very familiar landmarks around Pennsylvania Avenue and the Mall, one of the presidential helicopters coming in to land in the vicinity of the White House itself. Just to underline, for those of you joining us here on BBC World, for those of you who've not caught up with the horrific news from the United States, at least 4 aircraft have been hijacked. 2 were hijacked and flown into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center on the southern tip of Manhattan, in the heart of Wall Street. All this happened just before 9 o'clock this morning. There are the images of the buildings before both of the World Trade Center buildings collapsed. The first one within about an hour of the United Airlines Boeing 737 flying into it and through it. And there was the second tower crumbling, the steel, the dust, the weight, the fumes, the power cables. It's hard to imagine the horror, particularly for the emergency services already gathered underneath, trying to rescue people, not knowing quite how enormous what was going on top of the building was. We do understand that the mayor of New York City has ordered the evacuation of Manhattan. That was announced a few moments ago.
This is Dawson. I guess you know the North Tower is down.
And just to confirm, we know that United Airlines has confirmed the loss of one plane. We know American Airlines said it has lost 2 planes with a total of 164 on board. That's according to news reports. Now, let me make clear, the services were Flight American 11 from Boston to Los Angeles and Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. The FBI said a total of 4 planes have been hijacked. To their knowledge so far, they closed all American airspace within about half an hour of the first incident. And we know that a 4th plane has crashed about 80 miles south of Pittsburgh in southern Pennsylvania. Reports from the emergency services there say it was a 767. Now, John Lyon is joining me from Washington. John, you've been out on the streets. What is the scene around the White House as we watch these pictures of the emergency services cloaked in dust from the World Trade Center in New York?
Well, perhaps I can take you back. I was first down at Washington National Airport, which is very close to the Pentagon building. I was trying to get a flight from there to New York. Very soon we heard the airport was closed and it was evacuated, and people said that there had been a plane crashed on the Pentagon. The reports from there was it was a Boeing 757. The Pentagon building is very close to that airport, so it could have just crashed on its way in. At first, of course, without knowing it was some sort of attack. You might imagine it was a plane on final approach, just not quite making it to the airport. You could see and indeed smell this horrible great pall of black smoke, little bits of debris even floating down on us there. A horrible sight I hope I never have to see again. A lot of people, their airline staff particularly, discussing which flights they might have been, because they, of course, would have known people possibly on those flights, their colleagues and so forth. I even spoke to a couple of people who had been booked on one of the flights which is believed to have crashed, and decided just to have a line this morning, which, of course, saved their lives. We were pushed out of the airport, and they even hurried us on even more when they heard reports of another plane on the way to Washington that had been hijacked. Pushed away from the airport, we eventually managed to flag down a little shuttle bus, which took us in towards the District of Columbia. At this stage, even though what was slowly becoming clear, people just hadn't quite grasped the enormity of the disaster. They were still asking, when's my luggage going to arrive? Which hotel can I stay in? Where are the flights being diverted to? And things like that. And indeed, it looked like commuters were still coming past on the road, because perhaps they hadn't had their car radios on and hadn't realized what had happened. Then as you go on that road, going into the District of Columbia, going into Washington, you see the Pentagon building on your left. It's a huge, great, sprawling building, quite low rise, and this pall of smoke is around the back side of the building as you're looking from the Potomac River, from the center of Washington. Still well alight, maybe an hour after that plane must have crashed on it. Going into the center of Washington, for the most part, the road were actually open and working quite normally until you get into the center of the District of Columbia, when there is complete gridlock. All office workers have been sent home from federal offices. Indeed, I try and even to go into a museum to use the telephone, and you're not allowed in. Everything's been shut down here. The city is ground to a complete standstill, except, strangely, the subway system. I'm in an underground station. You may be able to hear the trains still running, perhaps usefully, because it's about the only way to get around here. And so right in the core of this city, perhaps in the epicenter almost of the disaster, a strange air of normality. There's people actually walking in the Mall, the central green swathe in the middle of Washington, and people are walking around. There's still some tourists with their little backpacks and so forth, not quite knowing what to do with themselves.
John, as I'm talking to you, we're looking at video. I can't quite work out where it is. I suspect it's in New York, judging by what you've been saying. But in that ride back from National Airport, Ronald Reagan Airport, how would you say the city is coping with it? Because in the end, they have been deeply worried about terrorism, and they have taken certain measures with bollards and other big preventative devices around the city centre for several years now.
Well, the word certainly seems to be getting round very quickly. The main problem is, once everybody gets in their cars in this city, inevitably there is gridlock. Perhaps eventually they're going to have to think of some way of cutting down the number of cars on the road within these disasters. Inevitably, you have single people individually getting into their cars, and the whole place grinds to a halt. We have, incidentally, on the local radio stations here, and I don't know if you've heard at your end yet, reports also that a bomb or a car bomb may have gone off outside the State Department, which is at the far end of the Mall from the Capitol building, quite close to the Potomac River. I haven't heard that confirmed. Obviously, I'm out on the street and can't speak to the police, but that is the word from security sources quoted on the radio here. All those buildings, particularly the State Department, have bollards and barriers so that anybody attempting to car bomb them has to park quite a distance from the building, so the impact of the blast is reduced. So we'll have to wait and see what's happened there, whether that has indeed happened.
John Lyon, our correspondent in central Washington, D.C., speaking to us from a subway station, one of the few things that's now working. And as he was speaking, we were seeing earlier images shortly after the United Airlines plane hit one of the Twin Towers just before about 10 to 9 local time, New York City time, in the height of the rush hour. Both those towers you can see before you now on the screen, believe it or not, for anyone who's just tuning in, have now collapsed following what has really been an unreal 3 hours both in New York City and in Washington. Let me just, as we look at those images of the two towers before they collapsed, one about an hour after the incident, one about an hour and 40 minutes after the incident, that there are 4 planes which have been hijacked. That's been confirmed by the American authorities. The American Federal Aviation Authority has shut down American airspace and did so shortly afterwards. Canada has also shut its airspace, according to Ottawa. And a 4th plane, after these Twin Towers were hit by 2 planes, and a 3rd plane was flown directly into the outer perimeter of the Pentagon, which is across the Potomac River from Washington. A 4th aircraft, believed to be a Boeing 767, crashed about 80 miles south of Pittsburgh in South Pennsylvania. Now, I'm giving you information simply as it comes in, without any suggestion of attribution or pointing finger, but just to report that Afghanistan's Taliban ambassador to Pakistan has condemned all the attacks within the last few minutes. These are the pictures of the Pentagon. Let's now go to Boston, to a public security official. 2 planes took off from there and were flown into the World Trade Center. Let's listen to his remarks.
That's outside of the scope of the airport's responsibility. We're leaving it up to the FAA to conduct that activity.
Joe, what is the code Fort Knox? We have reports of employees screaming Fort Knox around the airport at the time that the planes went into the World Trade Center.
I don't know what that means. Doesn't have any connotation here at Logan Airport.
What about planes that are flying in here? Are they being rerouted somewhere else?
Aircraft were flying into Logan Airport. We did take some arrivals, but now since the airport is shut down, these flights will be diverted to Canada.
They're not taking flights either. Are you screening passengers who were let off their airplanes through the terminal? You said you removed them to another area?
Remove them from another area, yes.
Where are they now, and are they
They're being directed to seek either public transportation or their own transportation out of the airport.
before they were in there?
This guy's name is Joseph.
Leaving the airport? No.
How long do you anticipate the airport to be closed?
It's indefinite at this time. We'll be meeting with the FAA. We'll be conducting an analysis of our intelligence that we have. We'll make a determination later on this afternoon. Pardon me?
Can you provide further details on the security measures?
I can just tell you briefly, we have shut down the security checkpoints. We've moved everyone away from the boarding gate areas. We've increased police presence dramatically. We've requested additional state police be sent to the airport. and we've shut down some construction activities around the airport.
Flight from Boston to is another flight from Boston to Los Angeles missing?
I can't confirm or deny that right now.
Is there anything unusual about the boarding procedure of this American flight this morning?
I don't have any reports that would say same.
Are you investigating breaches of security? How are you getting to the bottom of this hijacking?
I can tell you we have an ongoing investigation right now. Just an initial investigation. It's being conducted with Massport, Massachusetts State Police, and the FBI.
What do you know about United Airlines Flight 175, which is unaccounted for right now and came out of Boston?
I don't have any, can't confirm or anything or deny anything on that particular flight. No, they have not.
Joe, did Flight 11 leave on time? Were there any delays? And was there any conversation between the pilot and the tower that seemed unusual?
Flight number 11 left at 7:59. I believe it was on time, and everything went as scheduled when it left Logan Airport. I don't have a passenger count right now.
Are you aware of any communications from the pilot?
No, I'm not.
Would its flight path to L.A. normally have taken it south or towards New York, southwest?
I can't answer that. I don't have any information on that flight path.
When did the tower here detect that there was something wrong?
Again, I don't have that specific information.
Where was the plane before it was in Boston?
I don't know.
You know what time this United flight left?
I have no information on the United flight right now.
How unusual would it be for a plane to fly towards New York when you're heading to Los Angeles?
Again, I'm not familiar with the particular flight patterns they may have filed.
Was it a non-stop flight to Los Angeles?
I believe it was.
At what time were the flights stopped in Logan? You know?
What?
At what time?
What time was the airport shut down?
I believe we shut the airport down to arriving flights somewhere around 9:15, and departing flights shortly after that.
And what happened to the flights that were in the air? Where were they diverted?
They were diverted to other airports.
How long will the airport be shut? How long will it?
Again, we're going to assess all the measures that we've taken. We want to, obviously, the safety and security of anyone who works here at the airport, any of our passengers, is a top priority.
Do you have a lot of baggage that hasn't been claimed, or you allow people to fly that baggage?
That's an airline decision, yes.
Do you know where that plane came from, sir? Do you know where the plane came from?
I do not.
Joe, can you explain what seemed to be going
in the terminal, in American
James Lawless, a public security official
Well,
at Boston's Logan Airport, from which two of the aircraft involved in the horrendous events of the last 3 hours took off. Now, let me just clarify, because it is getting quite difficult to work out which plane has been involved in which incident. We can confirm that American Airlines have publicly said that they have lost 2 aircraft. One was Flight 11, which was flying from that airport, Logan, to Los Angeles. It had 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots on. That was a Boeing 767. Also, Flight 77, American Flight 77, a Boeing 757, slightly smaller aircraft, which was Washington to Los Angeles with 58 passengers on board, 4 flight attendants, and of course 2 pilots. One of those aircraft was flown directly into the World Trade Center, the devastation of which you can now see. A second United aircraft, also we believe flying out of Boston, was also flown directly into one of the towers. There, I have to tell you, that is reality in New York 3 hours ago. Both those towers have now collapsed, and just to continue with what's happened to a 4th aircraft, which was a 747, a jumbo, the largest of the 4 aircraft, according to local emergency officials in western Pennsylvania, but that's now been corrected to a 767, which is slightly smaller. United Airlines have confirmed that one of its flights did crash in southern Pennsylvania in Somerset County, but that is, we believe, the United Airlines plane, one of them hijacked out of Boston, flying into the World Trade Center just before 9 o'clock in the morning in New York City. And again, to confirm, the World Trade Center has now collapsed. The most dreadful scenes in southern Manhattan. The mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, has ordered the evacuation of southern Manhattan. because of the extraordinary humanitarian challenge down there, quite apart from the business challenge and everything else. Wall Street, of course, is shut down, but in fact much of this, the dust, the fire, the devastation has shut it down by default. Wall Street is under the World Trade Center, just to the north of it. And in Washington, D.C., where one of the aircraft flew into the perimeter of the Pentagon, there was fire and devastation in one part of the Pentagon, and also there has been a car bomb outside the State Department. I'm joined now by counterterrorism specialist Mike Bluestone from the Barclays Security Bureau. Well, Mike, I was joined a short time ago by President Clinton's former advisor on counterterrorism, Stephen Simon, and he actually said this is really worse than the doomsday scenario that he in the White House and the National Security Council had been planning for.
Absolutely. This is an unprecedented act of terror on a major scale, which has obviously taken long-term planning and intelligence, a well-coordinated strike at the very economic heart of the Western world, at the World Trade Center.
When you talk about the economic heart, there we are watching those images of the two towers before they collapsed. But what we're talking about there is not just this building. We're talking about businesses inside it,
yes.
Telecommunications,
yes.
all the telecommunications
yes.
sitting
yes.
on top of that.
This demonstrates the vulnerability of civilian infrastructures against well-planned acts of terrorism. We hear a lot spoken about defensive systems against ballistic missiles and that type of warfare. But this type of thing really shows that in planning the contingency plans and preventative measures to protect civilian infrastructures, you've got to go a long way to come up with a plan that will deal with this type of attack.
Now, Mike, your job is counterterrorism. You advise people how to stop something like this.
Yeah.
This must be your worst nightmare, because in the end, I mean, I don't know the figures, neither do you, but it could be literally one or two men on each of those 4 planes who hijacked it and have caused this.
Indeed.
That is not an army.
Indeed.
It's not building missiles.
Indeed.
How do you track people like that?
Indeed. Well, it doesn't need an army to carry out an act of terror, which has been proven time and time again. But the key to preventing terrorism is through good intelligence. Of course, physical security measures have a major role to play, whether it be through scanners, visual profiling and that type of thing at airports. But at the end of the day, it's intelligence that will lead us to the perpetrators. There have been reports coming out of the Middle East about acts like this being planned. And I know that these have been taken seriously by security agencies. Clearly, in this case, the terrorists had the upper hand.
Well, we know that these kind of things have been planned in the past. Sitting in that chair half an hour ago, we were told about an incident that was foiled in 1996, where one Arab terrorist group, and I'm not going to put a name on it, had coordinated attacks on 12 jumbos over the Pacific, and they stopped it. They foiled it just in time. They did get the intelligence there.
Yes, yes. I think what we need to think about now, though, is how we move forward and pick up the pieces, because we've got to resume trade, we've got to resume international flights and internal flights. We have to show the perpetrators, no matter how dastardly this type of act is, that democracies and decent people won't be intimidated and that normal life must carry on. And I think now, when literally the dust has settled, within the coming 24 and 48 hours, we need to give all our energy into determining how we can pick up the pieces and move forward and give some kind of confidence back to the economic and civilian communities that they're not going to be at risk like this on an ongoing basis.
But let's be realistic. You can say that kind of thing. Here we've had the heart of Manhattan devastated. It'll look look what's happened in Oklahoma City. That one building there. And look how long it's taken to normalize life around there with the scars and so on. There you've got vast numbers of people who go into work in the financial heart of the world. How do they pick up their pieces? They won't even have a desk to go to, or an office to go to, a file, of a server to actually provide the business for them.
I don't want to get into sort of the micro detail of things like contingency planning, but in most situations there will be plans where what we call hot and cold sites are available for people to go and work in. But I think the scale of this disaster just overshadows even the practicalities of coming to terms with that. And so I think we're going to need a couple of days for everyone to sort of calm down and take a deep breath and say, let's put those contingency plans into play, move into those alternative sites, because we have to try and get back to normal as quickly as possible. It's a major challenge, but we have to try.
But we've not just had this. We've had the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. We had the USS Cole almost a year ago, October the 12th last year. We then had in 1998 Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. There really is a limit to what you can do to protect anything.
Of course there is. Of course there is. There's no such thing as 100% security and never will be. But what we need to do is to try and identify exactly who the perpetrators are. That's not going to be a quick process either. I don't think we can attach too much importance to the claims by the various groups that claims have perpetrated this act. There'll be claims and denials and counter-denials. It's going to take some time before we can actually identify who carried this out and what in fact their aims are, because what political benefits is anyone going to get out of this?
But who do you target? In the end, the American attack on the pharmaceutical factory in Khartoum achieved nothing.
I don't think that there can be that kind of retaliation in the light of the scale of this. It's got to be a much cooler, longer-term planned response until all the facts are known. I think a knee-jerk response just won't achieve anything.
Well, Mike Bluestone, counterterrorism expert, thank you very much indeed. For the moment, we're watching pictures, I think recorded pictures from southern Manhattan of the events which began just over 3 hours ago. There we have one of the towers of the World Trade Center falling, collapsing, disintegrating. Dust, all of what it took years to build, coming down in seconds, following the building being hit by 2 hijacked aircraft. That is the scene in the south of Manhattan in New York City. There has been a series of terrorist attacks against major buildings in the United States. The horrific sequence began just before 9 o'clock local time. 2 planes crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York, causing both buildings to collapse eventually. It's not yet known how many people were killed. There is the plane going into the building, but at least 50,000 people work in those towers. A third plane then crashed into the Pentagon Defense Headquarters in Washington, just across the river from the White House. At least one of the planes was hijacked before being used in the attack. Hospitals in New York City and New York State are reported to be overwhelmed with casualties. Many, according to doctors, are severely burned from head to toe, according to one doctor in Greenwich Village. Rudy Giuliani has ordered the evacuation of Lower Manhattan. He's the mayor of New York City. The evacuation, too, of all government buildings, including the White House, has taken place in Washington, D.C. All civilian aircraft in the United States were grounded shortly afterwards by the FAA. The Mexican authorities have just announced that the US-Mexico border has been closed and Canada has closed all airports. Let's get one eyewitness report as the towers were hit and then collapsed.
I was in B Tower. A Tower.
What floor were you on?
B1.
What floor?
The first one.
What happened? Tell me.
When a big explosion happened, some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
Anything else that you saw? Were you there for the second hit by the plane?
About 10 minutes later, the second building went off.
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it. It just blew up. A big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere. People jumping out. People just kept jumping and jumping and jumping. And you could still see they were alive because they were flailing around.
The FBI has already stepped in to investigate. It could be possibly a terrorist strike.
Right, it could be. It could be because it was the first one went off and then 10 minutes later this just blew up out of nowhere.
Hard to think that that would just be accidental.
No, I don't think it would be accidental.
An eyewitness in New York City. President George W. Bush in Sarasota in Florida broke off a speech to talk about what was, quote, apparently a terrorist attack. But at this stage, I have to emphasize, no one has claimed responsibility, and we have no idea who may have been behind what appear to be, and I emphasize appear, to be coordinated incidents involving 4 aircraft, 2 of which came from American Airlines, 2 of them came from United Airlines. Both airlines have confirmed the loss of their aircraft. Again, emphasizing that we're not apportioning any blame, but just reporting that the Taliban's ambassador to Pakistan has condemned the attacks as terrorist acts and demanded an investigation. Yasser Arafat, the Palestinian leader, gave a short statement after the incident in which he too condemned barbaric acts which had taken place, as he put it. Well, Washington has also been neutralized in many ways. Normal life down there has been neutralized, the capital of the United States. Our correspondent Rob Watson is at Pennsylvania Avenue up on Congress, near Congress, and I spoke to him a short time ago.
Well, scenes of complete chaos, really, and total gridlock, because as Johnny Diamond was saying, all the federal buildings have been evacuated. That includes Capitol Hill, it includes all the government buildings, and of course people have just been turfed out onto the streets. Add to that, of course, all the emergency vehicles headed in all directions here in Washington, some to the Pentagon, some here to where I am, just near Capitol Hill, and I think you get some sense of the scene. I think also the streets are packed with people, everybody, of course, talking about what has happened. They seem stunned by this attack on America's capital and the attack just up the road in New York City. People just not knowing what to make of it.
Is there provision in Congress for this kind of evacuation at high speed, for something like this?
Well, it seemed to work pretty effectively, because I was standing just outside Congress when I heard a very loud explosion. Within minutes, the Capitol seemed to be completely evacuated. I spoke to a number of people who worked for Congress. They were streaming out in quite an orderly way, although, of course, looking rather shocked at what they'd seen and at what they'd heard. But I think the evacuation was pretty efficient.
Rob Watson speaking to me from Congress, and as he was speaking, you can see there the Pentagon and the smoke rising from there. The Pentagon, the perimeter of the Pentagon, has also been hit by a civilian passenger aircraft. Now, I was mentioning Yasser Arafat. This is what he said about the attacks.
To the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Yes, Arafat a short time ago. United Airlines have now confirmed that they have lost a second aircraft, but they haven't confirmed the location. Just to confirm, United Airlines lost 2 aircraft, American Airlines lost 2 as well. Well, let's now go to New York. Johnny Diamond is there. He told me that much of the area has been closed down.
Well, what we understand now is that much of official Washington has been evacuated. This is because of what have been reports of 3 explosions in the U.S. Capitol. One, which we have obviously confirmed, you've almost certainly seen pictures of. The Pentagon has been attacked. A plane has gone into one side of it. Part of the building has collapsed. There are flames visible in the rest of the building. There are unconfirmed reports of a car bomb outside the State Department, which obviously houses the U.S. Foreign Affairs Department, and also reports of an explosion on the U.S. Capitol, which houses the U.S. Congress. Much of official Washington is now abandoned, evacuated, effectively paralyzed. Staff have been sent home, and security measures are being put in across the U.S. Capitol now. President Bush was supposed to be going back to the White House, journeying back from Florida when he heard about the World Trade Center. That won't be happening anymore. The White House has been evacuated. The security service is patrolling the grounds. We also hear, as you've probably heard, that all flights have been grounded within the United States. Having said that, there are reports, and I can stress there are all kinds of reports now going around, that a second plane is apparently heading for Washington. Completely unconfirmed report, but one which, as you can imagine, is most unhappy news for the authorities struggling to control the situation here in the nation's capital.
Johnny Diamond there in Washington. Well, Mike Bluestone, who's a counterterrorism expert, as you listen to this in Washington and New York, how does America begin to recover? This is a political challenge, a diplomatic challenge, a security challenge above all.
Absolutely. I mean, I obviously leave the political response to the politicians, but from a security point of view, the security agencies, both government and private, are going to be swinging into action now to come up with these alternative strategies so that some kind of normality can return to the business and civilian communities. As I said, there will be some contingency plans already in place, but because of the scale of this attack, it's going to be that much harder to implement.
Now, you deal, Mike Bluestone, with large companies. You advise them. How can they... We've just heard 50,000 people work in those two buildings alone. That takes no account for all the much, well, not small buildings, but the larger small buildings around the bottom of that whole area of Manhattan. We're talking about maybe 500,000 people. Large businesses, the heart of the American industrial and financial community. How do they begin to recover?
Well, I think what they need to do is to consider whether they have alternative sites. As I said before, all major corporations should and normally do have contingency plans. They normally have alternative sites that are ready to move into after a short period of disaster recovery. And clearly, because of the scale of this, it's going to take a few days. But I would expect to see within a few days some kind of activity resuming from the alternative accommodation. Some of it would have been arranged with companies within similar industries. There will be a pooling of resources here. There won't be too much worry about business competition. It'll be everyone helping out in a sense of cooperation and trying to get normality back into that city as quickly as possible.
All this at a time when the Dow was falling, the London FTSE was falling, the Dow was at its 17-year low. What effect does this have on economy?
Well, I think it's going to have a serious short-term effect, but I think the real test here is how quickly can these businesses, can the organizations get back to some kind of normality? How will their disaster recovery plans work? This is the ultimate test. This is the nightmare scenario. This is the ultimate test of that kind of planning.
Right, Mike Bluestone, thank you very much indeed. Let me just give you some information coming in a random way to me as we were speaking there. In Caracas, oil prices have gone up $3 in the wake of the attacks in the United States, according to the head of OPEC. A spokesman for Afghanistan's ruling Taliban said on Tuesday that Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden could not be responsible for any of the incidents which have taken place in New York and in Washington. European Union foreign ministers are to hold an emergency meeting on the US attacks. The implications of what's happened in America go far beyond the eastern seaboard of the United States. It's about the security and the political viability of so many other nations around the world, and the impact, not least on security and the way many countries run business and their economies, their politics, and just maintain democracy. Well, what about the effect on those who've been in power? The former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak joined me in the studio shortly after the incidents. He told me he viewed this as an attack on civilization.
The world will not be the same from today on. It's an attack against our whole civilization. I don't know who is responsible. I believe we will know in 12 hours. If it is a kind of bin Laden organization, and even if it's something else, I believe that this is the time to deploy a globally concerted effort led by the United States, the UK, Europe, and Russia against all sources of terror. The same kind of struggle that our forefathers launched against the piracy on the high seas.
In your position as Prime Minister, Defense Minister, also formerly in the Army, were you ever aware of any incident planned like this?
Not in the dimensions, but different elements where there clearly there was an attempt on the Twin Towers. A few years ago, there was an attempt to explode the Holland Tunnel leading into Manhattan. But of this size and a simultaneous attack, I don't think that anyone had predicted it in advance.
Is it something that security services, intelligence services could ever have got wind of?
I'm not sure, but this is not the case. It really happened in front of our eyes, and the question is what should be done in regard to it in order to avoid it in the future. It's going to be a tough struggle. There will be many tough and painful moments along the way, but I believe that if we will coordinate diplomatic, operational, intelligence, and economic activities that will not let them land at any airport and will isolate automatically any nation that is ready to host terror or support them. By doing this consistently along 6 or 10 years, we will reduce dramatically this challenge to all our way of life.
Your words, Mr. Barak, are very similar to the words used to justify missile defense in the United States, which may have taken another 10 or 15 years. Here we've seen low-tech hijacked by those with evil intent.
Yeah, I believe that it's, first of all, missile defense is also something which is clearly needed as long as there are
something like this,
rogue states, and it should be done, and it should be deployed maybe not on national level but only on trans-regional level to cover exactly the threat from rogue states like Iran, Iraq or Libya. But in this area we will suffer. It will not be so easy to go aboard an airplane in the near future, but we have no way but to stand firm facing terror. Otherwise, all our way of life will be threatened. And to stand firm means to isolate from the world every nation that is hosting them and calling every terror thug with the accurate name and be ready with all the pains that come with it to act upon our observations.
What price might democracy have to pay, given what has happened in the last 3 hours in the United States, given what you're experiencing now in Israel, in the center of Jerusalem, from your own citizens now, with the bombing over the weekend?
There is no shortcuts. You know, our civilization is already highly vulnerable. Look at the entrances into the gates of boarding airplanes. It's a situation where it's not easy. Every simple step, crossing borders or going on a plane or on a ship, will become more complicated. But at the same time, it's a time to identify. There are no more than 5 or 6 countries in the world which are directly or indirectly responsible for hosting terror. There are no more than 10 or 15 terror thugs in the world. All the organizations are well known. The MI6 know all the information, the CIA knows, the Mossad knows it, and the same, the Ziem Bureau, the band. And it's time for action. Facing such an attack, we cannot but act. And these terror thugs and rogue leaders are highly skillful in identifying the slightest cracks in the wheel of power or power of will of the leaders of the free world.
But let me press this point about democracy and the price democracy may have to pay, because you know very well that many passengers in the United States have long expected to be able to walk into an airport, get on a domestic aircraft unhindered within about 10 minutes of the plane taking off. Yeah. They expect that as a free country.
And it's a part of the problem that we have in a world which is so turbulent that we won't be able to isolate our advanced way of life from what happens around. And it's a time to launch a operational, concrete war against terror, even if it takes certain pains from the routine activities of our normal society.
Now, Mr. Barak, you have deep problems, great attention in the Middle East at the moment, but you've used there a war against this kind of terrorism. What can be done? Because the great thing that is talked about by people like you, diplomats, politicians, world leaders, is preventing conflict before it happens. When you talk about a war, how do you take a war or a challenge or a struggle to those who are determined, through 3 or 4 people only today, to hijack 4 planes at least, as we know, hit the Pentagon, hit the World Trade Center, try and hit, we believe, somewhere else? How do you take a war to 4 people?
I spent decades struggling terror, almost, you know, with my 10 fingers, together with a lot of colleagues all around the world. I believe that the world intelligence community, in a concerted effort, can identify within few months the sources of this terror. They can identify the places where they are deployed on Earth. Every such a place is within certain country. Bin Laden sits in Afghanistan. There is a source of terror.
Who else do you identify, though? Because we're not saying he's responsible for this necessarily.
No, we don't say that he's necessarily responsible. We know where other terror thugs are living. We know that Ferganskaya Dolina in Central Asia is a major route for drugs, but at the same time major route for terror. And I know that President Putin is highly committed to the struggle against terror, and I feel that he should be part of this international effort. I believe that the MI6 is highly capable. You have proven it along decades. Your own skills in standing firm politically and acting pointedly, operationally against terror. And we should cooperate with all,
preemptively,
both preemptive and by diplomatic means, namely rogue states. There are 5 of them: Iran, Iraq, Libya, North Korea. These kind of states should be treated as rogue states. And the same applies to even to leaders like Arafat. We heard him just recently condemning this. I praise him for this condemnation, but he personally is responsible for many terror events that happened in the last few years. Same happened in some other capitals in the Middle East.
That was Ehud Barak, the former Israeli Prime Minister, who was with me in the studio about an hour ago. Now, an update on what we know so far. For those of you who are joining us at this time, there have been 4 incidents involving 4 separate, apparently hijacked aircraft, 2 of which came from Boston. This, believe it or not, is South Manhattan in New York City. Underneath that smoke is what's left of the World Trade Center, the 2 towers, the distinctive twin towers of the World Trade Center, which collapsed after the 2 towers were hit by 2 hijacked aircraft. Both of them had been hijacked from Boston, on routes involving Boston. Shortly after the first tower was hit, about an hour later, it collapsed. Then the second tower collapsed as well. Now, underneath that smoke is where millions of people literally do work in Wall Street, the heart of New York City. This is the scene of what's left in Wall Street, South Manhattan, along the Hudson River. At the same time as that was happening, disbelief in Washington when we saw pools of smoke coming up from the Pentagon, the defense headquarters of all the US defense systems. There you see the smoke rising. This happened about half an hour later, just across the Potomac River from the White House. A 3rd plane, presumably hijacked, had flown into the outer rim of this building, close to the helicopter site. And shortly after that, we had news of a 4th aircraft, which we now know to be a United Airlines aircraft, which came down, a 767, which came down in southern Pennsylvania, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. 4 incidents, therefore: panic, devastation, enormous numbers of injuries, and one has to assume enormous numbers of deaths, both in the south of New York City. Doctors talking enormous numbers of people who have been admitted to hospital, particularly with extensive burns. And across the whole of Washington, D.C., equal panic. No massive crumbling buildings. They don't have that many high-rise buildings in Washington, D.C., but panic right around the main agencies of state, across the White House, Congress, the State Department, as an evacuation plan was put into operation. And large numbers of government officers and civil servants were ordered to evacuate, fearing that there were other planes up there in the skies over the eastern seaboard, even though the Federal Aviation Administration had, shortly after 10 to 9, after the first incident, had shut down all the airspace and ordered that all planes land and that none take off. Well, that's the scene an hour or so ago at the Pentagon, across the river from Washington, D.C. Panic, really, I think it's fair to say, in both Washington, D.C. and New York City. The mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, has ordered an evacuation of the whole of southern Manhattan. One has to remember that even the emergency services have probably been devastated by this, because they had turned up at the World Trade Center. We saw many of them earlier, and they were covered with smoke and soot and dust. And one has to assume, as they were attending the World Trade Center trying to rescue people, and the first tower collapsed, that many of them might have perished as well. You can see in those images, this is video we've just received, video just to the left of that concrete pillar in white, someone in the World Trade Center desperate for some kind of rescue, but I suspect above the limit of ladders and even helicopters impossible at that time. That is the one standing building, I think, of the World Trade Center. The two other, even more distinctive towers have collapsed following their being hit. You can see that person waving desperately, and these were the scenes at the World Trade Center within half an hour after the two civilian passenger aircraft hijacked had been flown directly into both towers. Unbelievable though it may seem for those of you who are just joining and are unaware of what has happened in the last 3.5 hours. Well, I'm joined by Mike Bluestone, who is a counter-terrorism expert. As you sit here, Mike, watching a scene like that, which we thought only Hollywood special effects people could dream up, you must be wondering, with your clients, what do you advise them after this has happened in the heart of the civilized world and the heart of the world's financial systems?
Well, I would advise any public or private corporations take a very serious review of their contingency plans and security methods generally in the light of this. I mean, as we speak, we're looking at these tremendous casualties and the devastation there, but as we speak, multidisciplinary crisis management teams consisting of many security professionals and other managers will be sitting down now in other places planning how to try to get back to normality over the coming days. We don't yet know the number of casualties, we don't yet know the number of fatalities, but even looking at the scale of this this tragedy and the enormity of the damage, there's still going to be plenty of other buildings and areas where some kind of normality can resume within a reasonable period of time. I can't tell you how long that period of time is going to be, but I'm confident that those crisis management teams are working to restore normality as we speak.
But here we have essentially the civilian systems beginning to shut down. Train travel from Boston to Washington suspended. Canada has closed its airports, understandable I suppose, but creating a major problem for any planes flying the Atlantic at the moment. Where do they actually head for? So you're talking about an amazing knock-on right through the civilized world on this.
Absolutely. There's going to be a knock-on through the
That's
civilized world.
That's not an overstatement.
It's not. And there's going to be a lot of precautionary measures that swing into place very quickly. Some of them might seem very draconian. There will be a total shutdown of many activities, certainly in the transport, telecoms and tourist sectors, but equally other sectors will be able to get back to some kind of normality within the next 2 or 3 days.
What do you mean by normality?
Operations. There will be crisis management to make sure that there is some kind of business continuity that's different from total business recovery. Full recovery will take a long time.
What about the human cost here? We're talking about the World Trade Towers, 50,000 people working there alone. Now, not all of them have got to work yet.
No.
But we're talking about homes, families, insurance, houses, lives, everything.
Absolutely. The knock-on effect is economic, it's socio-economic, it's political, and it affects the whole of the community.
Well, Mike Bluestone, for the moment, thank you. Let's now get a reflection on the impact of this, terrorism as such. Let's now go live to our studio in Dundee, in the east of central Scotland, to Professor Paul Wilkinson, Director of the Centre for the Study of Terrorism and Political Violence at St Andrews University. Paul Wilkinson, welcome to BBC World. Here we apparently have maybe 4, maybe 6, maybe 8 people who've hijacked 4 aircraft and created devastation in the 2 strategic financial, economic, political centres on the eastern seaboard of the United States. What's your reflection?
Well, it is clearly the worst and most tragic and lethal attack by international terrorists in the history of terrorism. It clearly shows a very serious escalation in the use of aviation terrorism. Here you have the terrorists not just threatening to turn the planes they've hijacked into bombs, but actually using their aeroplanes in that way. And of course, as a method of creating mass casualties, it is demonstrated to be extremely lethal. And of course, there is a danger that they have similar plans to stage further attacks, and a danger that other groups may emulate them. So This is, again, an illustration of the vulnerability of modern civil aviation and the way in which modern airliners may be turned into weapons by ruthless terrorists prepared to commit suicide in the course of attacks.
Now, Professor Wilkinson, this is more than civil aviation, isn't it? This is actually attack on civilization, almost. That's what we've been hearing from a senior figure who was working in the Clinton administration on counterterrorism. He said this is worse than the doomsday scenario that he and his colleagues in the National Security Council had been working on.
Well, I can imagine that. I think it is a declaration of war, as Hanan Ashwari said earlier, on the civilian population, and it is particularly tragic to see mass terrorism developing in this way. It makes one wonder what we are likely to see in the 21st century. We must, I think, get our international act together, working with other countries on exchanging intelligence, preventing terrorism, and taking the necessary firm legal measures under the rule of law to do our utmost to prevent the activities that lead to this kind of mass terrorist attack.
Paul Wilkinson, in the end, though, people in governments, in diplomacy, in political chancelleries around the world, they have to examine intelligence. They have to examine signals intelligence, human intelligence. They also have to work out intent. What do you believe the intent of this was? Was it political or something else?
I think there was political intent behind it from a group or groups fanatically opposed to the United States, and I suspect groups that are particularly opposed to American policy in the Middle East, and particularly perhaps in the Arabian Peninsula. I suspect that a group with those kind of motivations will be found to be behind it, although we will have to wait until we have firm evidence as to who was responsible. But that must be the prime suspect, I think.
Professor Paul Wilkinson, thanks for joining us from the Centre for Study of Terrorism at St Andrews University. You were joining us from Dundee in Scotland. Now let me update on what has happened in the last 4 hours. There has been a series of terrorist attacks against major buildings in the United States. The horrific sequence began just before 9 o'clock local time in the morning. This was the scene in New York City at the World Trade Center, after one plane, which had been hijacked, was flown directly into the center of one of the towers. Two planes ultimately crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, causing both buildings to collapse within about 90 minutes. It's not yet known how many people have been killed, but at least 50,000 people work in the towers. There was the plane, the hijacked plane. We believe one of them came from Boston, another was en route to Boston. That was what happened when the plane flew into the World Trade Center shortly before 9 o'clock. Rudolph Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, has already ordered a mass evacuation. Those two towers you see there have subsequently collapsed. There is simply an enormous pile of rubble in South Manhattan with a massive humanitarian, industrial, economic consequence for New York City and beyond into New York State and the eastern seaboard. Then a third plane crashed into the Pentagon Defense Headquarters in Washington, a couple of miles from the White House, the seat of government. President George W. Bush was not there. He was in Florida, in Sarasota. At least one of the planes was hijacked for use before these attacks. Now, let me give you an update. Hospitals in New York are reported to be overwhelmed with casualties, particularly casualties who've had extensive burns. Many agencies, government buildings, government offices in and around the White House have been evacuated, apart from those who've been evacuated to the nerve center, which is deep underground, against such attacks in the United States. All civilian aircraft were grounded by the Federal Aviation Administration. Correspondents say the United States is now effectively, and I don't exaggerate this, according to correspondents, are describing the atmosphere as like being on a war footing. President George W. Bush, when he was down in Sarasota in Florida, when he offered a first thought immediately after the incident, described what he called apparently a terrorist attack. Now let's catch up with these horrific events. Here's Mike Wooldridge.
This was the second of the explosions. A plane comes in from the right of the picture and appears to be about to pass behind the South Tower. Next comes a huge explosion with debris showering out from the tower and down towards the streets below as the upper floors are immediately obscured by the billowing smoke. By now, the other tower, the North Tower, was already ablaze at the top as well, after being struck by another plane. Eyewitnesses said the planes made no attempt to swerve as they flew towards the buildings. New Yorkers assumed they were reliving the 1993 attack on this, one of the most famous landmarks of the capitalist world. But this was to be infinitely more audacious. There was pandemonium and panic in the streets around the Trade Center. With good reason, as it turned out, for within the hour, one of the huge 110-story towers collapsed, and the surrounding area resembled a war zone.
The first one we didn't see, but my coworker saw the plane hit number 2 World Trade, and we just saw people just falling, jumping out the window. So that's about it.
We were looking at the fire from a distance, and then we saw a few bodies, people just flying out the window. I saw at least four bodies coming through the window. It was a sad day.
But it seemed that with every passing minute there was news that heralded terrorist action on an even bigger scale. The reports of aircraft being hijacked, and then this, a plane crashing onto a helicopter landing pad close to the Pentagon in Washington, the heart of the US defense establishment. This was the scene afterwards. Later came reports of a car bomb outside the State Department. The White House was evacuated, and all planes across the country were grounded. But New York had not seen the last of the apocalyptic events there. The second of the World Trade Center towers collapsed, burying yet more of the city's financial district under rubble. It's still impossible to calculate the number of victims of these unbelievable, virtually simultaneous attacks. Mike Wooldridge, BBC News.
Well, within the last few minutes, the Federal Aviation Administration in the United States, having issued that order to ground planes, said there were 50 aircraft still in the US skies. None at that point had any problems. That's according to the FAA in the United States. Well, reaction to the attacks on the World Trade Center, then to the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., have come from around the world.
Soon after the first explosions in New York, President Bush spoke of his shock and horror at the unfolding tragedy.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
Worldwide, there was a sense of growing disbelief as thoughts turned to who was to blame. A Palestinian group, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, denied initial reports that it was responsible.
We deny our responsibility, but we call upon the American administration to review their attitude and their policy towards the Palestinian question, because this policy arouses the anger and the hatred of our people and of all Arab and Islamic peoples.
But some in the Middle East were celebrating in the streets, here at Damascus Gate in Jerusalem. But the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat expressed his sympathies.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people to the American President, President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
The spiritual leader of Hamas said they didn't support the attacks, but they were the effects of America's policies of oppression.
America is reaping what it sows in oppression and implanting vengeance in the hearts of those who've been wronged by the oppression and corruption. However, in principle, we do not support attacks against civilians or innocents.
But across Europe, leaders like the British Prime Minister sent this warning to those responsible.
This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world today. It is perpetrated by fanatics who are utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life. And we, the democracies of this world, are going to have to come together to fight it together and eradicate this evil completely from our world.
Across the globe, governments are now tightening their security, fearful in the wake of such terror and carnage. Geeta Gurumurthy, BBC News.
Well, there are immense implications now for counter-terrorism. I'm joined in the studio by Stephen Simon, who was in charge of counter-terrorism for President Clinton in the National Security Council within the White House until 1999. You're now at the International Institute for Strategic Studies here in London. It's now almost 4 hours since this horrific series of events unfolded. I've seen you in a state of shock in the last hour. Now we're beginning to digest the enormity of what's happening and what has happened. What kind of reflection do you have?
Well, the first is the fundamental vulnerability of democracies to this sort of attack. There is virtually no effective defense against this kind of attack. My second observation is that this is the evolution and fruition, if you will, of a kind of terrorism that emerged 10 years ago, which is aimed at killing. It has no practical political agenda consisting of negotiating points on which there is to be compromise. This is, in the view of the attacker, a clash of civilizations, which is very fundamental.
Stephen, here you are, pictures of the Pentagon, a city you come from in Washington, across the river in Virginia there. What do you feel here, an American, you work in Washington, D.C. normally, looking at the Pentagon on fire, having been hit, apparently, from what we gather, by a hijacked aircraft, civilian passenger aircraft?
I feel a sense of shock and horror. The vulnerability of these institutions to a completely determined attack of this kind has been amply demonstrated. And it drives home the fact that the United States is in a desperate struggle, really, with a determined foe or foes who detest the United States and what it stands for, and want very much to destroy its symbols and to kill as many of its people as it can.
You sat in the Situation Room, you sat in an offices not far from the President. You were responsible for analysing counter-terrorism issues, coming up with position papers saying, this is going to be a problem, Mr. President, or the National Security Advisor. What message does this have? In the end, it appears that 4, 6, 8, 10 people, maybe a few more, have actually hijacked at least one aircraft, we know, maybe 4 aircraft. In other words, a very small cell of very determined people. How can the superpower, the world's one superpower, track these people?
Well, you have to bear in mind that the United States has tracked, located and captured all of the conspirators, virtually all of the conspirators who were associated with the first attack against the World Trade Center. They captured all but one of the conspirators in the plot to bring down a dozen airplanes over the Pacific. Virtually all the conspirators in the East Africa bombings have been captured, and virtually all of the conspirators in the so-called Millennium Conspiracy of last year have been captured.
But that was after the event.
Correct. It was after the event. But the point is that these people can be found. Given enough time and the resources that the United States can throw into this, they can be found. Now, one of the first steps that the United States will be taking investigatively is to get leads on who the people were who walked onto those airplanes and hijacked them and drove them into these targets. It's that investigation that will provide leads that will unfold in conjunction with other intelligence that's gained, and perhaps intelligence that was acquired before the attacks, the significance of which analysts simply couldn't gauge.
Isn't part of the problem, we saw it in, we're talking about terrorism generally now, we saw it in Jerusalem, well, we saw it in the Middle East, in Israel over the weekend. You had an Israeli Arab citizen who had the right papers. He was a national citizen of Israel who decided to do what he did in that one bombing. Is part of the problem in the United States that many people who might want to do this kind of thing are actually indigenous US citizens with the right paperwork who are simply living a normal life, and then they are activated for some reason?
Well, that is a problem. Not so much with citizens, and I don't want to quibble too much about words, but for example, in the First World Trade Center conspiracy, the plotters were resident aliens. They had come into the United States on visas of one kind or another. They were not citizens, but they had student visas or other forms of legal entry, and it was within the United States that they made their conspiracy, although it needs to be emphasized that the ringleader came from outside. He showed up, dropped in, pulled everyone together, got them to do it, and then he got out, leaving the other conspirators to hold the bag. But your fundamental point, which is that the United States and Britain, for example, are open societies, immigration, and there are diaspora populations that take